There are nights in history when the world quietly shifts, when a single breath of rumor can unravel an entire nation's dream. In the winter of 1637, as the canals of Haarlem froze into glass and the city's lamps flickered against the fog, the Dutch Republic stood at the height of its golden age. Ships returned from distant seas with spices and legends. Wealth poured through the narrow streets like an unseen tide. And in that atmosphere of triumph, of pride, of unspoken hunger, a single flower began to command the hopes of merchants, nobles, artisans, and beggars alike. The tulip, a flower that could not feed anyone, could not clothe anyone, could not build a single ship, became the most coveted treasure in Europe. Its petals shimmered with a beauty that seemed divine, its colors unpredictable and rare. People whispered that certain bulbs carried secrets, that their streaked patterns were a blessing, that fortune itself hid inside their fragile skin. Across taverns and counting houses, in the hush of midnight auctions, fortunes changed hands for bulbs wrapped in bits of paper. A tulip could equal the price of a townhouse. Another could buy a year's worth of grain. Entire families wagered their future on the bloom of a single spring. It was not greed alone that drove them. It was something softer and more dangerous, a collective dream that beauty itself could be owned, traded, captured like a wild spirit made tame. Tonight, we step back into that world, into its candles and snow and whispered madness. And through its rise and collapse, we search for the deeper lesson that has echoed across centuries. If this journey moves you, consider pressing like, subscribing to Echoes of Wealth, or supporting the channel so these long-form explorations can continue lighting your path. The night it happened did not roar like a storm. It arrived softly, almost politely, as if the world wished to spare the Dutch merchants the embarrassment of realizing their dreams had finally overreached themselves. Haarlem lay under a sheath of frozen silence. The wind had retreated. The moon hung pale and indifferent above the rooftops. Even the canals, once alive with passing skiffs and the shouts of winter revelers, had grown still, as if the city itself was holding its breath. Inside a small tavern near the Grote Markt, the air carried the warmth of pipe smoke and damp wool drying near the fire. Men gathered close, their boots leaving dark prints on the floorboards. They were waiting. Every evening, for months, news of tulip contracts had arrived like holy scripture. Prices climbing, buyers clamoring, wealth multiplying without effort. A butcher from Delft had traded his livelihood for a bulb said to bloom in purple flames. A schoolmaster in Leiden had sold all his furniture for a tulip that existed only in an artist's sketch. Everyone in the room knew someone who had done something reckless, something absurd, something that somehow felt righteous because everyone else was doing it too. At a small wooden table, a man named Peter Vermeer leaned forward, his hands clasped around a pewter cup. His gloves were still dusted with the snow he had brushed off on the way in. He was not poor, nor was he wealthy. He was one of the many men in the middle, swept along by the promise that a single bulb could elevate his family for generations. He had mortgaged his warehouse. He had borrowed from a cousin he barely spoke to. He had even taken a loan against the dowry meant for his daughter's marriage. His entire future now rested on a contract written in hurried ink for a flower he had never touched. The fire at the center of the tavern crackled. A murmur passed through the room as the door opened and a man stepped inside, stamping snow from his cloak. He carried a leather pouch at his side and a roll of parchment in his hand. Peter straightened. Everyone did. This was the courier, the herald of fortune, the one who delivered the nightly verdict from the Tulip auctions in Alkmaar. At first, the courier did not speak. He simply removed his gloves, held them by the fingertips, and let the warmth of the tavern melt the frost on his sleeves. Men leaned forward. The silence sharpened. Peter felt his heartbeat in his fingertips. A single sentence could make or break every soul in the room. Finally, the courier unrolled the parchment. His lips parted, but what emerged was not the triumphant announcement they had grown accustomed to. His voice was soft, almost hesitant. There were no buyers tonight. The words fell into the room like a stone dropped into a frozen lake. Peter blinked. Others frowned, unsure if they had misheard. No buyers. It was unthinkable. The tulip market had never slept, not even for an hour. Someone always appeared at the 11th hour, desperate to buy at any price. Someone always paid more. That was the law of the New World, the rhythm by which they lived. Value only moved upward. The future only grew brighter. Fortune only required patience. But the courier repeated it, his face drawn, his voice firmer now, acknowledging the weight of what he carried. There were no buyers tonight. None. A coldness spread across the room, far deeper than the winter outside. The butcher from Delft sank into his chair. A young notary whispered a prayer. Peter's cup trembled in his hand. He felt something inside him twist, as if a rope around his chest had suddenly tightened. It was not yet fear. It was the quiet precursor, the recognition that a story they had all been telling themselves might no longer be true. And somewhere in the distance, as though mocking the stillness, a church bell struck the hour. Its echo carried through the streets of Haarlem, drifting past shuttered windows and empty alleys, reminding the city that time did not pause even when dreams began to crack. There are men in history whose decisions seem so impossible, so extravagant, that later generations struggle to understand whether they were blinded by greed, seduced by beauty, or swept away by a tide no single mind could resist. Wouter Windhagen was one of those men. His name rarely appears in official records, whispered only in fragments across dusty archives, the occasional merchant ledger, and the scandalized letters of Haarlem's old families. Yet his story, pieced together from these surviving shards, reveals more than any grand chronicle of the tulip mania could on its own. It shows how a man with status, stability, and a respected lineage could willingly exchange everything he owned for a single, fragile bulb. Wouter was not born into wealth. His father had been a cooper, skilled with barrels, humble in temperament, and devout enough to leave behind only a modest inheritance. But Wouter possessed a mind that seemed designed for trade. From a young age, he lingered in the marketplaces, watching the way negotiation shifted like a dance, how a subtle nod or silence could raise or lower the price of grain by an entire day's wages. By his 20s, he had apprenticed under a merchant from Leiden and learned the complexities of contracts, insurance, and the maritime routes that threaded the world together. He married the daughter of a cloth importer, moved to Haarlem, and within a decade owned a sprawling townhouse near the river Sparne. Those who knew him agreed on one thing. Wouter Windhagen had earned every stone of his mansion. What few agreed upon was the moment everything began to change. Some said it happened at a banquet hosted by a magistrate. Others swore it was at the extravagant home of a spice merchant who kept rare tulips displayed in crystal vases, guarded like relics. But the most convincing account came from a diary belonging to a local bookseller. He described a winter evening when Wouter arrived at his shop, not to purchase ledgers or maps as he usually did, but to study a newly imported treatise on Eastern horticulture. The book contained illustrations of tulips from the Ottoman Empire, delicate petals streaked with colors that looked almost supernatural. Wouter held the pages as though they were sacred scripture. He asked question after question, his curiosity bordering on obsession. And when he left the shop that night, the bookseller wrote a single sentence. Wouter Windhagen has discovered something dangerous. It began innocently. A fascination with rarity. A recognition that beauty could hold value equal to gold. Collectors had always existed in the Dutch Republic. Art, curiosities, rare shells, exotic animals, imported tapestries. These were symbols of refinement, proof that one's wealth extended beyond necessity into the realm of taste. But tulips were different. Their colors came not from dyes or paints, but from nature itself, unpredictable and breathtaking. Their patterns, especially the broken varieties, looked like brushstrokes from a divine hand. Once Wouter understood this, something shifted inside him. He no longer viewed tulips as mere flowers, but as living jewels, expressions of status that transcended material possessions. Rumors spread quickly about his growing involvement. He began attending gatherings where bulbs were traded like secrets. He befriended botanists, scholars, and men with more ambition than sense. He studied the diseases that created the coveted flame-like streaks and marveled at their mystery. His wife, Margaret, worried when she saw his account swelling with tulip purchases. But when he reassured her that the bulbs were appreciating faster than Amsterdam townhouses, she let the matter rest. After all, many husbands were doing the same. Wouter's reputation rose alongside the value of his collection. People whispered that he owned bulbs no other merchant in Haarlem had ever touched. A visitor described his study as a sanctuary filled with wooden boxes lined in silk, each holding a bulb with its own story, its own destiny. He labeled them with careful handwriting and consulted the records of their lineage as though they were noble families. Yet beneath this admiration, a subtle unease grew. Wouter became distracted during business meetings. He declined practical investments in favor of chasing tulips with poetic names. He insisted that the future belonged to those who embraced this new market, those who recognized that beauty would command the world. His colleagues nodded politely, though many later admitted they wondered whether something had begun to unravel in his judgment. The decisive moment came on an afternoon when snow lay thick on the rooftops and the canals glittered under a pale sun. A broker arrived at Wouter's home, carrying news of a bulb so rare so breathtaking in its colors and rumored pattern that its existence had been doubted for years. The Semper Augustus. Its petals, they said, resembled the marbled interior of a cathedral. Its price had reached heights unimaginable even in a nation as wealthy as the Dutch Republic. The broker offered Wouter a chance to purchase it. It is difficult to say what passed through Wouter's mind that day. Some claimed he acted with pure rationality, convinced he was seizing the greatest opportunity of his lifetime. Others whispered that he had fallen under a kind of enchantment, as though the bulb were not a flower, but a talisman offering immortality. What is certain is this. Within a week, Wouter signed over his mansion, his land, and a share of his trading company to acquire the Semper Augustus. He moved his family into a smaller house near the outskirts of Haarlem. He explained that it was temporary, that the value of the bulb would soon allow them to reclaim everything they had left behind, and more. His wife said nothing, at least not publicly. His children, confused but trusting, followed him without protest. People talked. They dissected his decision with fascination tinged with disbelief, yet none mocked him openly. After all, the tulip market was still rising. Fortunes were being made by men far less disciplined than Wouter Wintigen. Many wondered whether he simply had more vision than the rest. But in the quiet hours before dawn, Wouter often sat alone, staring at the small wooden box where the Semper Augustus rested. He would lift the lid, gaze at the bulb's unremarkable surface, and feel a strange flutter in his chest. Hope, perhaps, or fear that his entire life now depended on something smaller than his fist. Something fragile. Something that did not care about his dreams. In the weeks that followed Wouter's extraordinary purchase, Haarlem buzzed with speculation. Some marveled at his daring. Others whispered that he had gambled more of his future than any rational man should. Yet tulip prices continued their climb, and with every rise, Wouter's decision appeared less reckless, even prophetic. The name Wintigen became bound to the Semper Augustus, as though his identity had fused with the flower itself. Men he had once considered rivals now approached him with a newfound respect, hoping to glimpse the bulb that had captivated the city's imagination. But the admiration came with an invisible cost. Wouter began waking before dawn, not to tend to business affairs, but to check the condition of the bulb as though it were a child who might fall ill in the night. He grew protective of it, anxious whenever someone approached too closely. He kept the box locked, and the key never left his person. Margaret urged him to rest, but he brushed her concern aside. This, he insisted, was their path forward. This bulb would restore everything they had surrendered. It would be the cornerstone of their family's future legacy. Yet beneath his confident words lay a growing tremor he could not ignore. It first emerged during a dinner with fellow merchants. They toasted to prosperity, but Wouter noticed a peculiar hunger in their eyes. They spoke of tulip contracts with a feverish delight that made his skin prickle. Some claimed they had doubled their fortunes in a month. Others bragged of buying bulbs they could not name, convinced that tulip fever would raise all ships. And for the first time, Wouter sensed an undercurrent of desperation. Men who had once dealt in tangible goods now traded in promises, speculating on flowers that had yet to bloom or even sprout. It was as if the entire nation had stepped into a dream and convinced itself it was waking. One evening, as Wouter walked home through the narrow streets dusted with snow, he overheard two laborers discussing their plans to sell their tools and buy a stake in Tulip futures. They spoke with the giddy certainty of men who had glimpsed paradise. Wouter paused, hidden in the shadow of an archway, and felt a shiver. It was not the cold. It was recognition. He had seen that expression before. Men possessed not by opportunity, but by illusion. Still, he clung to his own belief. The Semper Augustus was different. It was more than a symbol of wealth. It was a key that could unlock generations of prosperity. All he had to do was wait. But waiting became its own torment. As winter deepened, the city's mood shifted. Taverns that once brimmed with laughter now hummed with anxious conversations. Buyers who had clamored for tulip contracts became more selective. Brokers delayed meetings. Rumors spread that a prominent collector in Harlem had quietly sold off part of his tulip portfolio. Wouter dismissed these stories at first, but when he saw the man himself avoiding eye contact in the marketplace, the unease lodged itself more firmly in his thoughts. Meanwhile, his wife endured the whispers with quiet dignity. Some neighbors offered sympathy, believing Wouter had sacrificed too much. Others watched with curiosity, as though observing a man walking a tightrope stretched across a canyon. Margaret never spoke these judgments aloud, but Wouter could feel the strain in her silences. Each morning, she lit a small fire in their modest home, carefully managing their dwindling expenses, while he sat at the table reviewing tulip records as though deciphering divine prophecy. Only his children seemed untouched by the tension. They ran through the snow, laughing, their cheeks flushed with cold. Yet even they sensed the shift. Once, Wouter caught his daughter tracing the outline of their former mansion in the frost on a window. She did not look ashamed, only wistful. When she noticed him watching, she smiled gently, as if to reassure him. That simple gesture cut deeper than any rumor. In early February, a letter arrived from a wealthy magistrate in Amsterdam requesting to view the Semper Augustus. Such a request from a man of his stature should have thrilled Wouter. A viewing could lead to a sale that would restore everything he had lost. But instead, Wouter felt an inexplicable dread. The thought of revealing the bulb, of placing it in someone else's hands, even for a moment, filled him with a paradoxical fear, as though the value he imagined might dissolve under another man's scrutiny. He delayed his response. He said nothing to Margaret. That night, he brought the wooden box to the table. He lit a single candle and opened the lid with reverence. The bulb rested there, unchanged, unremarkable in appearance. A brown, papery sphere with faint ridges, no different from any common tulip. Yet Wouter stared at it as though it held the fate of nations. He whispered its name under his breath. Semper Augustus, always majestic, forever exalted. But for the first time, he felt the fragility of his hope. Not just the fragility of the bulb itself, which could decay or rot, but the fragility of belief. He traced his fingers along the box as a thought crept into his mind, subtle and unwelcome. What if the value existed only because everyone insisted it did? He pushed the idea away, steadying his breath. He reminded himself of contracts, of demand, of past sales that had defied imagination. The data supported him. The market supported him. The story supported him. But beneath these layers, something older stirred. A quiet intuition that the same collective dream that had lifted the tulip to the heavens could just as easily abandon it. Wouter closed the box and extinguished the candle. The darkness pressed close. For a long moment, he sat in silence, listening to the faint creak of the house settling against the cold. He felt like a man standing before an open sea, unsure whether the tide was rising or retreating. As February unfolded, Harlem began to shift in ways too subtle for the untrained eye, but unmistakable to anyone whose livelihood rested upon tulip speculation. The air itself felt different. Conversations that once brimmed with excitement now carried a tremor, as though each word balanced on a fraying thread of confidence. Market stalls lingered unvisited. Merchants who strutted proudly through the streets now walked with tighter steps, their eyes darting toward doorways as if expecting some invisible force to seize their fortunes. Wouter sensed it more acutely than most. His entire being had attuned itself to the rhythm of the tulip trade. He noticed when brokers hesitated before quoting prices. He observed when a buyer requested time to consider an offer instead of leaping upon it with reckless gratitude. Even the tone of the newsletters that arrived from Amsterdam began to shift. The once triumphant reports now carried awkward phrasing, vague mentions of delayed purchases, and the growing presence of words like uncertainty and adjustment, words that existed only to cushion the fear no one dared name. Yet, outwardly, Wouter maintained his composure. Each morning, he presented himself at the tavern meetings where traders gathered, offering opinions with calm conviction, even as his stomach knotted beneath his coat. He spoke of spring, of expected demand, of the imminent flowering season that would ignite renewed fervor for bulbs of rare lineage. But inside, a quiet war raged between the man he had always been and the man he feared he had become. One evening, as frost crackled on the windows and the household settled into a restless sleep, Wouter found himself unable to remain in bed. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb Margaret, and padded to his study carrying a single candle. The flame quivered with each breath of winter air that leaked through the old window panes. He sat at his desk, hands trembling slightly, and opened the small ledger where he recorded every tulip transaction of the past year. Columns of numbers stared back at him, prices that now seemed impossible. Purchases made with the confidence of a man who believed the world was ascending into a new age of beauty and wealth. He flipped to the page where he had documented the Semper Augustus. The amount he had paid felt surreal, almost grotesque in its magnitude. He traced the ink with his fingertip and felt a slow tightening in his chest, as though his own handwriting were a confession he could no longer deny. The mansion he had surrendered rose in his memory with painful clarity. its tall windows, its carved banisters, the echo of his children's footsteps across its polished floors. He had rationalized it all, weaving elaborate justifications. But in the quiet of this cold night, those explanations seemed suddenly hollow. A knock startled him from his thoughts. He stilled, heart pounding. Another knock followed, louder, urgent. Wouter snuffed the candle and rose. The house bathed in shadow. He opened the door a fraction and found Hendrik Vos standing in the snow. Hendrik was a man Wouter had known since his earliest trading days, steady and unflappable, a man who despised exaggeration and avoided fantasy. That alone made his presence at this hour unsettling. Hendrik stepped inside without waiting to be invited. His face was drawn, pale beneath the flickering glow of Wouter's relit candle. Snow melted in rivulets down his cloak. He removed his hat and breathed heavily, as though he had walked quickly for a long distance. "What is it?" Wouter asked, struggling to keep his voice even. Hendrik looked at him with an expression Wouter had never seen on his friend's face. Not fear. Something worse. Certainty. "It happened in Alkmaar tonight," he said quietly. "A contract went to auction and no one bid. Not even at half its estimated value." Wouter felt the floor tilt slightly beneath him, though he forced his face to remain composed. "Just one contract," he murmured. "An anomaly." Hendrik shook his head. 2 more failed after it, and a 4th sold far below expectation. The brokers say buyers are holding back. They want to see what happens next. The room felt suddenly smaller. Wouter gripped the edge of his desk. "People wait when they are unsure," he said. "They will return." Hendrik hesitated before speaking again. "Wouter, they say someone in Haarlem asked to sell a Viceroy bulb today. He was willing to accept far less than he paid. Yet no one stepped forward." An eternity passed between them in the silence that followed. Wouter's mind raced. He imagined the chain of consequences that might follow a single night of hesitation. If buyers retreated, prices would stall. If prices stalled, confidence would evaporate. And if confidence evaporated, the market would collapse with a violence proportionate to the fantasies that had sustained it. Wouter swallowed hard. "This is temporary," he said, not knowing if he was speaking to Hendrik or to himself. "People are cautious. That is all." "Ach," Hendrik's eyes softened. "I came because I thought you should hear it from me, not from whispers in the market tomorrow." Wouter nodded stiffly. "Thank you." Hendrik placed a hand briefly on his shoulder, then left without another word, disappearing into the snow. Wouter remained standing long after the door closed, the candle flickering in an uneven draft. The house felt too quiet, too fragile, as though every plank and beam knew the truth he still resisted. Eventually, he walked to the cabinet where the Semper Augustus lay. He unlocked it with slow, deliberate movements and opened the lid. The bulb rested motionless in its silk cradle, serene, untouched by human fear or ambition. He studied it for a long time, searching for reassurance. But the bulb offered none. It merely existed, mute and indifferent, its value neither rising nor falling, immune to the tides that tormented the men who worshipped it. Wouter felt a hollow ache in his chest, an ache that whispered the question he had spent months avoiding. Had he sacrificed everything for a dream that never truly existed? The candle sputtered, casting the room in shifting shadows. Wouter closed the box and locked it once more. But the question lingered, heavier than the winter pressing against the glass. The morning after Hendrik's visit arrived gray and heavy, carrying the strange stillness that precedes the collapse of something everyone had believed was unbreakable. Wouter walked through Harlem with an urgency he tried to disguise, nodding at acquaintances, masking the unease that coiled in his stomach. The city felt different, though nothing visible had changed. The same vendors arranged their wares beneath awnings kissed by frost. The same clerks swept the steps of their shops. But the rhythm that once pulsed through Harlem's streets had gone soft and irregular, like a heartbeat losing its confidence. When he reached the tavern where the Tulip traders gathered, he paused at the threshold. Inside, men stood clustered in tight circles. No one laughed. No one toasted. Conversations were low, clipped. The smell of pipe smoke hung faintly in the air, yet even that seemed subdued, as though the smoke itself felt unwelcome. The moment Wouter entered, several heads turned, not with admiration as before, but with a nervous caution, as though he carried an omen folded beneath his coat. A broker approached him with forced brightness. "Wouter," he said, "good morning. We were just discussing the events in Alkmaar." Wouter forced a steady breath. "Hendrik told me." The broker's smile faltered. "Yes. Well, a single cautious evening does not doom a market. Buyers reassess. They wait for clarity." "Has clarity returned this morning?" Wouter asked. The broker hesitated too long. Across the tavern, someone slammed a cup onto a table. The sound startled the room. A man's voice rose, cracking under its own strain. "It is foolishness," he barked. "Absolute foolishness. How can a market of this size turn on a whisper? It is manipulation. Nothing more." Another man responded sharply. "If it were manipulation, someone would be buying. No one is buying." Wouter felt the words burrow beneath his ribs. A younger trader approached him, eyes wide with the kind of fear only found in men who had overextended themselves. "Master Vinthagen," he said softly, "you own the Semper Augustus, do you not?" Wouter nodded once. "And you still expect it to rise?" "Yes." The weight of the question pressed on Wouter with cruel precision. He sensed the desperation behind it, the fragile hope. He wanted to give the young man comfort, to speak with the same confidence that had once flowed so easily from his lips. But he found no words. His silence stretched too long. The young man's face fell. Before Wouter could speak, the tavern door swung open. A courier stepped inside, his boots tracking snow across the floor. The room stilled. Every conversation died mid-sentence. Wouter felt his pulse in his throat, The courier looked around, swallowing nervously. There were more auctions in Alkmaar this morning. And, someone demanded. The courier hesitated. 2 contracts failed. A third sold far below expectation. The brokers are requesting caution. Caution. The word twisted like a knife. A murmur rippled through the tavern, rising in pitch, splintering into arguments. Men accused brokers. Brokers blamed buyers. Buyers blamed rumors. Rumors blamed the unpredictable sins of the winter. But beneath all the noise, Wouter heard a deeper, quieter truth. The spell was breaking. And once a spell broke, it could never be restored. He left the tavern before anyone could stop him. The cold air struck his face with unforgiving clarity. His breath fogged in front of him as he walked without destination, his thoughts a frenzy of calculations and evasions. Perhaps it would stabilize. Perhaps buyers would return. Perhaps the Semper Augustus would still secure the future of his family. He repeated these possibilities like a prayer, but each repetition eroded further, as though the words were made of salt dissolving on his tongue. As he reached the bridge over the frozen canal, he stopped. Below him, skaters carved uncertain paths in the ice. Their movements lacked the easy joy of earlier weeks. They glided cautiously, as if sensing the fragility beneath the surface. Wouter gripped the railing, staring down, and felt the eerie kinship between the ice and the tulip market. Both glistened beautifully. Both promised delight. And both could crack without warning. He turned back toward home. Margaret was in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up, her hands deep in the dough she kneaded for supper. When she looked up and saw his face, she wiped her hands on her apron. "Wouter," she said gently. "Something has happened." He sank onto the bench by the hearth. For a moment he did not speak. The words lodged in his throat, heavy and unwelcome. Margaret sat beside him and waited with a patience he did not deserve. "Finally," he said, "there is uncertainty in the market." She watched him closely. "Uncertainty does not frighten you." He closed his eyes. "It does when the entire nation depends on certainty." Margaret rested her hand over his. "What do you fear most?" The question caught him off guard. He opened his eyes, meeting hers. There was no accusation in her gaze, only love sharpened by worry. He answered honestly, "That I have led us into danger, that I have given too much for something that may not hold its value, that I saw beauty and mistook it for destiny." Margaret squeezed his hand. "I followed you because I trust you, not the tulips, not the merchants, you." Wouter felt a fissure open inside him, a mixture of gratitude and shame. Her faith was the one thing he feared disappointing above all else. He rose abruptly. "I need to check the bulb." He walked to his study, unlocked the cabinet, and opened the box. The Semper Augustus lay unchanged, its papery layers intact, its silent promise unbroken. But Wouter no longer felt the surge of pride it once awakened. Instead, he sensed a fragile helplessness radiating from it, like a mirror reflecting his own doubt. He closed the box. That night he slept little. Dreams swirled through his mind, fragments of falling numbers, empty auction halls, children playing in a house that was no longer his, and the haunting shimmer of a tulip field caught in an early morning frost. When dawn crept across the sky, Wouter rose and dressed slowly. He felt older than he had the day before. As he stepped outside, he noticed a new sound that had not accompanied Harlem in earlier weeks. It was faint, but unmistakable. Whispering. Whispers of collapse. Whispers of regret. Whispers of a market awakening from a dream. And beneath those whispers, an even softer one. A question that refused to die. Had the value of the Semper Augustus ever been real? The morning stretched into a muted afternoon, and the city seemed to hover in a strange suspension, as though Harlem were collectively holding its breath. Snow drifted from the sky in thin, delicate threads, layering the rooftops in a quiet shroud. Wouter walked the length of the market square, passing stalls half-attended and merchants too distracted to haggle. He could feel, as surely as a physician senses the weakening of a pulse, that the vitality that once animated the tulip trade was faltering. Yet even with dread pressing upon him, he forced himself toward the counting house. It was there, he reasoned, that he would find clarity. Numbers. Records. Facts untainted by rumor. He stepped inside, brushing the snow from his cloak, and found the room nearly empty. Only 2 clerks were present, whispering to each other until they noticed him entering. Their conversation ceased instantly. One of them straightened, offering a stiff bow. The other stared at the ledger in front of him, too tense to pretend neutrality. Master Winthagen, the first clerk, greeted him. Here to review your contracts. Wouter nodded. Yes. The clerk hesitated before sliding a stack of documents toward him. His hands lingered just long enough for Wouter to sense unease radiating from him. Wouter sat at the long wooden table, opened the ledgers, and began reading. Prices that had once soared now appeared motionless on the page, as though frozen mid-flight. Below them, margin notes documented missed payments, delayed meetings, buyers asking for more time. And then he noticed something that made the back of his neck tingle. A name, scribbled in the margins beside one contract. Withdrawn. He read the second ledger. Another withdrawal. And the third. Buyers stepping back one by one, quietly, discreetly, like guests sneaking out of a grand feast before the host realized the food was gone. Wouter closed the book, suddenly aware that the clerks were watching him with the same anxious curiosity as the rest of Harlem. He gave a curt nod, thanked them, and left. Outside, the cold hit harder. The air felt thinner, the sky lower. He walked aimlessly through the narrow streets, scarcely noticing where his boots carried him until he found himself near the house he had once owned. The mansion stood proud and unchanged, its gables sharp against the pale sky, its windows gleaming with the firelight of its new owners. A child's laughter echoed faintly from inside. Wouter stood at the edge of the street, half hidden behind a lamppost, watching the home he had surrendered. It was a strange agony to observe one's own past thriving without permission. He imagined Margaret arranging flowers by the window, his children running up the staircase, the familiar scent of spices drifting from the kitchen. He imagined it all as vividly as if he were staring through a portal to another version of his life, one that had not been bargained away. He stepped back before anyone inside could notice him. Shame pooled in his stomach, heavy and unwelcome. He felt foolish standing there, like a ghost haunting a place that no longer belonged to him. Turning away, he made his way toward Harlem's outskirts. The streets grew quieter, the houses smaller. Here, life unfolded more slowly. Farmers carried sacks of grain, children played with sticks, and old women knitted by the window, their eyes following him with a knowing softness. They did not trade tulips. They did not dream of fortunes made in a single night. Their world was steady, unflinching. Wouter envied them. As he reached the edge of the frozen fields, he saw a lone figure crouched near a patch of earth, exposed where the snow had been recently brushed aside. It was an elderly gardener Wouter vaguely recognized, a man who tended bulbs for wealthy collectors. The gardener held a small trowel, digging into the soil with deliberate care. Wouter approached. "Checking on your bulbs?" he asked. The man glanced up, his eyes sharp despite his age. "Aye. These flowers keep their own schedule. They do not care for our hopes." Wouter crouched beside him. "Have you heard the news?" The gardener gave a short, humorless laugh. "Everyone has heard. Harlem's tulips may yet bloom this spring, but Harlem's dreams are withering before the frost melts." Wouter stared at the exposed patch of earth. "Do you believe the market will survive?" The gardener rested the trowel across his knees and looked at Wouter with an expression both pitying and firm. "Flowers are honest. They grow or they die. Men, on the other hand, pretend they can force the world to bloom on command, but nothing grows forever." A gust of wind lifted the loose snow around them, scattering it like powdered glass. Wouter stood slowly, brushing off his coat. "Take care, Master Windhagen," the gardener added. "A man who binds his life to a single bloom may find he has nothing left when the petals fall." The words lodged in Wouter's mind, unsettling, undeniable. By the time he returned home, dusk had draped the city in muted gold. Margaret stood at the window, watching him approach. When he entered, she greeted him with a tentative smile, though he sensed she had been waiting anxiously. "How was the market?" she asked. He removed his gloves, placing them carefully beside the hearth. "Changing," he said simply. Margaret studied him, reading the truth beneath his careful tone. "Then we must prepare. Whatever comes, we face it together." Wouter looked at her, struck by her quiet strength. She was the one treasure he had never properly valued, the one certainty he had never truly understood until now. He took her hands. "I promise you," he said, though his voice wavered, "I will find a way through this." But as night settled over Harlem and the cold crept through the shutters, Wouter felt the shift, not merely in the town, not merely in the market, but inside himself. the first crack in a belief he had built his life upon. And once a belief cracks, even slightly, the entire structure must one day confront its own weight. Long before Tulip seduced merchants into delirium, before contracts fluttered like confetti through Harlem's taverns, before ordinary men convinced themselves that flowers held the authority to rewrite destiny, there lived a painter who saw the madness coming long before anyone had the courage to speak of it. His name was Jan van Goyen, a man whose landscapes captured the breath of the Dutch Republic with such quiet truth that even now, centuries later, the light in his paintings feels alive. Jan was born to modest means in Leiden, the son of a shoemaker who never imagined his child would become a master of the brush. Yet from the moment Jan could hold charcoal, he wandered the marshes and riverbanks, sketching the sky. He was barely 16 when he left home to apprentice under renowned painters, traveling through France, learning the subtle interplay of pigment and atmosphere. Unlike many artists of the time who pursued grand religious scenes or portraits of wealthy patrons, Jan felt drawn to the land itself. He painted river mouths, plains, low skies heavy with wind, villages clinging to the horizon like whispered memories. His landscapes were not heroic. They were human, intimate, honest. By the time he moved to The Hague, Jan had crafted a style unmistakably his own. Soft monochromes, wide skies, humble houses, a world where people appeared tiny beneath the vastness of creation. Collectors admired him, though he never earned enough to escape the pressures of daily life. He worked tirelessly, his studio cluttered with canvases in various stages of completion, the air heavy with the scent of linseed oil and wood smoke. It was during these years that Jan first encountered the early murmurs of tulip speculation. At first, he regarded it with amusement. Traders in The Hague discussed bulbs with the fervor of priests arguing theology, describing colors and streaked patterns with breathless awe. Jan found their obsession charming, if a little absurd. After all, he spent his days painting the sprawling world beyond the window, the sky itself a cathedral of shifting light, and here were grown men losing themselves over the promise of a flower. But as the 1620s gave way to the 1630s, the tone began to shift. Tulips crept from curiosity to commodity, from commodity to mania. Contracts were traded with the ease of gossip. Bulbs changed hands 10 times before being lifted from the ground. Jan heard the stories everywhere, at taverns, in the halls of wealthy patrons, whispered among apprentices who knew nothing of flowers but everything of the fever driving them. At first, Jan remained an observer. He painted quietly. He kept to his work. But fate, in its peculiar talent for testing men at their weakest points, soon drew him closer to the storm. It began when a wealthy collector commissioned a series of landscapes from him. Jan, grateful for the opportunity, accepted the work eagerly. The collector paid him not in guilders, but in tulip bulbs. At the time, tulips were rising in value so quickly that such a payment was viewed as generous, even advantageous. Jan, who had always lived a modest life, saw the bulbs as a strange but hopeful sign. He planted some in his small garden, storing others carefully in the corner of his studio. He did not speak of them often, but in quiet moments, he would lift the cloth that covered them and imagine the spring to come, a garden splashed with colors so vivid they seemed almost unreal. Perhaps, he thought, these flowers might lift his family from their constant financial strain. Perhaps they might give his daughter a dowry worthy of her kindness. Perhaps they might give him the freedom to paint without the fear of unpaid debts hovering over his shoulder. He allowed himself, for the first time, to dream as the tulip traders dreamed. But dreams, when shared by too many people at once, begin to fray. By 1635, the market around him had shifted from gentle excitement to something much darker. Patrons who had once spoken of art now spoke of bulbs. The taverns brimmed with men scribbling contracts by candlelight, wagering fortunes on flowers they had never seen. Apprentices boasted of side deals. Housewives traded inheritance coins for future blooms. Even city officials, stern, pragmatic men, found themselves seduced by speculation. Jan watched this transformation with growing disquiet. He painted riverbanks and skies that stretched miles beyond human folly. Yet every day he returned to a city whose citizens believed a bulb could defy the laws of reality. His art began to reflect his unease. His skies darkened. His compositions grew more melancholic. Some critics suggested he was innovating. Others sensed the truth, that he was painting the tension he saw rising like smoke from every household. Still, he remained on the periphery of the frenzy. He sold paintings to support his family. He accepted tulips as payment more often, not entirely by choice. In the art market, where patrons mirrored the broader economy, tulips had become currency. To refuse them might have cost him commissions. And so, reluctantly, he accepted bulbs he did not entirely trust, placing them among his paints and pigments, hoping fate would be kind. The turning point came one quiet afternoon during winter. Jan had just completed a landscape, a sweeping river scene under a pale sky, when a messenger arrived at his door carrying news. A wealthy patron who owed him payment had gone bankrupt. Every asset he possessed, including dozens of valuable tulip contracts, had collapsed in value overnight. Jan felt the world shift beneath him. At first, he clung to the belief that this was an isolated event, a misfortune, a personal tragedy unrelated to the broader market. But whispers soon followed. Traders were panicking. Buyers were disappearing. The contracts he had accepted as payment might be worth nothing by the next thaw. His heart sank. He opened the small drawer where he kept his most precious bulbs, those he had once imagined would bring his family security. He held one between his fingers, feeling the papery skin crack slightly beneath the pressure. It looked so ordinary, so fragile, so incapable of carrying the weight the nation had placed upon it. How had a painter, who spent his life observing nature's truth, allowed himself to be fooled by a collective dream? As night fell, Jan sat in his studio, listening to the distant clamor of the city unraveling. He set aside his brushes and stared at the blank canvas before him. For the first time in years, he could not paint, not because the world lacked beauty, but because the world had forgotten how to see it. And that, he realized with a quiet sadness, was the most tragic illusion of all. When the world around John began to distort, he found himself returning not to merchants or brokers, nor to the whispering circles of tulip traders, but to the quiet discipline that had formed the foundation of his entire career. For years he had painted landscapes not because of financial necessity, though that need pressed upon him, but because he believed that truth lived in nature. The land did not lie. The sky did not inflate its value. Rivers did not pretend to be anything other than what they were. In every stroke of his brush, he tried to honor that honesty. Yet the more he looked around him, the more he recognized that people lived in a different world entirely, a world not governed by truth, but by perception. That realization struck him one evening as he walked through the frozen canals of The Hague. The ice beneath his feet seemed solid, yet he knew how easily it could crack beneath enough weight. That was what the tulip market looked like to him now, a crystalline surface reflecting a perfect sky, beautiful and trembling, supported only by faith. As he studied the reflections in the ice, John whispered a phrase that had lodged itself in his mind after he overheard a scholar mention it at a botanical gathering. The world is illusion shaped by desire. He didn't know then that the idea traced its roots to ancient India, to the concept of Maya, the veil that obscures reality, the shimmering mirage that arises from human longing. Yet the truth of it had already begun to settle in him. People were not buying tulips. They were buying dreams. They were not trading bulbs. They were trading belief. Jan had long suspected that art and illusion were cousins. But tulip mania taught him that illusion, when channeled collectively, could become a force far more powerful than art itself. He began observing people with the same attention he gave to landscapes. In their eyes, he saw the flicker of longing. In their hurried steps, the desperation of hope. In their nervous laughter, the fear of falling behind. For years, he had studied light, how it refracted against water, how it veiled distant houses, how it brushed across dunes with a tenderness that seemed almost divine. But now he studied people, how they clung to stories of wealth, how they repeated rumors as though they were scripture, how they tied their identity not to their work, nor to their families, but to a belief in future prosperity that rested upon nothing but the breath of the next buyer. It was this shift in his attention that changed Jan's inner world. Days once spent mixing pigments became days filled with contemplation. Nights once spent sketching were now spent watching the tavern crowds dissolve into feverish speculation. If Maya was the veil, he wondered, what lay beneath it? And why did people cling to illusion even when reality knocked at their door? One evening, Jan visited a philosopher he had known since his younger days, a modest scholar who lived in a cramped room filled with manuscripts and candle stubs. The philosopher listened as Jan described the city's transformation, the frantic bargains, the whispering rumors, and his own growing unease. When Jan finished, the philosopher leaned back and said, "People believe what protects them from fear. That is the root. Not tulips, not wealth, fear." Jan frowned. Fear of what? Of being ordinary. The philosopher replied, "Of being forgotten, of being left behind while others ascend. A rare flower carries the promise of elevation. It whispers to a man that he can rise above his station. that beauty can make him exceptional. Jan reflected on this for a long moment. But beauty is not possession. It is experience. The philosopher smiled softly. You understand that because you paint it. But most men see beauty and believe they must own it to prove something to themselves. And when enough men believe the same illusion, it becomes a truth, until the night it shatters. Those words echoed in Jan's mind for days. He returned to his studio with a new awareness. He looked at the bulbs in the corner drawer not as assets or investments, but as symbols of a shared delusion. They had no power except the power people fed them. They could not secure his family's future. They could not rescue him from debt. Their value existed only in the collective dream, and that dream was cracking. As he painted, the brush trembled slightly in his hand. His landscapes grew more subdued, their skies heavier, their horizons softened by a melancholy that felt deeply personal. Critics would later claim that Jan's work underwent a transformation during these years, a shift toward emotional restraint and subtle tension. But few understood the truth. He was no longer painting the land. He was painting the human condition. Still, even as Jan awakened to the truth of illusion, he could not entirely escape its grip. For despite his growing clarity, the bulbs in his possession still represented something he desperately hoped for: stability, security, a future where his family would not struggle as he had. He felt torn between two worlds, the world of the real, which demanded discipline and patience, and the world of the imagined, which promised salvation through speculation. This tension became the quiet battle that shaped his days. And yet, through it all, Jan held to a single unwavering belief. If he could see clearly, truly see, then perhaps he could navigate the chaos without losing himself. But clarity is rarely comfortable. It often arrives like the first cold wind before a storm, subtle yet unmistakable. And Jan felt that wind stirring. He sensed that the world around him was about to change, that the dream of tulips was nearing its end. The night would soon come when Maire's veil lifted, and the city would awaken to the truth it had spent years avoiding. Jan knew that when the veil fell, many would be ruined, and he feared, deep in his heart, that he would be among them. By the time the tulip market began trembling under its own weight, Jan had acquired something most men around him lacked: the uneasy advantage of perspective. He had not lived in counting houses or bargaining halls. He had not fought his way into the frenzied gatherings where contracts fluttered like wings in candlelit rooms. Instead, he had watched the entire affair from a slight distance, brushed by the mania, yet never fully consumed by it. And this distance, though it never shielded him from consequences, allowed him to perceive the financial truth beneath the beauty and poetry that had seduced the Dutch Republic. He began understanding that what surrounded him was not a garden blooming with opportunity, but a system spiraling into a dangerous abstraction. In the early years, tulips had been tangible. A bulb was planted, nurtured, and admired. But as prices rose, the tulip ceased to be a flower and became a promise, one traded on paper more often than in soil. The key shift, Jan realized, lay in the contracts. These wind handle, as some mockingly called them, wind trades, were agreements to buy or sell tulips in the future, even though neither party had seen the bulb itself or intended to touch it. Tulips had become a vehicle for leverage. And leverage, Jan observed, had a way of magnifying both gains and downfall. Sitting by the glow of a small oil lamp in his studio, he examined one of the contracts he had received in payment for a commission. The ink was still fresh, the wording deceptively simple. Yet he understood that this piece of paper was worth only as much as the next man's faith. The moment that faith faltered, the contract would crumble. With it, the money he had hoped would secure his family's future. Jan saw clearly what many traders refused to acknowledge. They had drifted far from fundamentals. No one could explain why a Viceroy tulip should cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 10 years. No one could justify why a Semper Augustus should be valued higher than a townhouse overlooking a prime canal. The prices were no longer anchored in utility, scarcity, or cost. They were anchored only in expectation. Expectation, Jan realized, was the most treacherous foundation of all. He thought often of a lesson he had learned early in his painting career. When studying the horizon, he had once made the mistake of painting what he assumed should be there rather than what his eyes truly saw. His mentor corrected him with a gentle but firm rebuke. Reality, the mentor had said, never bends to your imagination simply because you wish it to. You must paint the world as it is, not as you expect it to be. Now, years later, he recognized the financial equivalent of that lesson. People were no longer trading based on what tulips were. They were trading based on what they imagined tulips could be. They were painting fantasy landscapes across the Dutch economy, and they were doing so with reckless confidence. This understanding deepened the ache in Jan's chest. He worried not only for himself, but for the patrons, apprentices, and friends who had bartered their lives for bulbs. He thought of the butcher who had mortgaged his shop, the widow who had exchanged her inheritance for a stake in a future bloom, the young men who believed they would buy freedom with petals. Jan knew the truth. When expectations outpace reality, collapse follows with a cold, uncaring precision. He began studying the mechanics of collapse without intending to. It presented itself to him in daily life. Prices slowed their ascent. Then they hesitated. Then they fell in small, irregular drops. These were tremors, the early warnings of a greater earthquake. But most refused to see them. One afternoon, Jan stood in a tavern near the Binnenhof, listening as traders argued. "It is temporary," one insisted. "The Germans will buy in spring." "The French have already committed," another claimed, his voice trembling. A third man slammed his fist onto the table. "This is the proof of value. If prices dip, it means the market is breathing." Jan sipped his ale quietly, observing the denial tightening around them like a vice. What they feared most was the simplest truth of finance. Value does not ascend forever. Nothing does. Expectations inflate like a bubble blown by a child, And just like that bubble, they burst the moment the air that sustains them is withdrawn. Jan understood that the Dutch Republic had stepped into a greater fool spiral. A game in which each man hoped to sell a worthless promise to someone slightly more hopeful or more desperate than himself. He had seen this in small ways, apprentices trading bulbs for double what they had paid, then bragging as though they had earned their rewards through skill. But skill played no part in any of this. It was luck wrapped in illusion. And luck never stays long. He took inventory of the bulbs he had accepted as payment. Some were rare varieties he once believed would flourish in value. Now, he held them as though they were pebbles. He thought of selling them, but even he recognized the trap. Selling now might betray panic. Waiting might invite ruin. There was no safe path. Only choices made with incomplete information. This was the cruel truth. A market built on illusion offers no refuge. Soon after, John visited a mathematician he had painted years earlier. A quiet scholar who studied probability long before probability was a recognized science. The man listened as John described the shifting prices, the hesitation in the market, the tremors of collapse. The scholar nodded slowly. "When value floats free from reason," he said, "its return to earth is not gentle. It falls like a stone." Jan felt the weight of that truth settle in his bones. In the following days, he began adjusting his expectations. He stopped imagining that tulips would secure his daughter's dowry. He stopped hoping that contracts would rescue his debts. Instead, he focused on preserving what little stability he could. He sold a few bulbs quietly, exchanging them for modest sums while buyers still remained. He pared down his expenses. He took on more commissions, painting late into the night to ensure that whatever collapse awaited, he would meet it with work and not with empty hands. But even with all his preparation, John could not escape the inevitable. The collapse came swiftly, brutally, with a silence that screamed through the streets. One morning, a courier arrived from Harlem bearing news that the auction had failed. No buyers, no bids, no future trades. The system had frozen. John stared at the news, not with shock, but with the solemn resignation of a man who had watched the storm form long before it broke. He walked to his studio window and gazed at the winter sky. It was pale, brittle, fragile, the kind of sky he had painted 100 times. And now, finally, he understood something profound. Value is not a property of the world. It is a property of belief. And when belief dies, value dies with it. He returned to his easel, dipped his brush in pigment, and began painting again. It was all he could do. In a world ruled by illusion, the act of witnessing truth became his final act of resistance. There are figures in history whose presence hums quietly beneath the surface of great events, unseen by the crowds rushing toward spectacle, untouched by the fever that grips their age. And yet, these quiet minds often understand the world more deeply than the merchants, soldiers, and princes who shape its visible course. Baruch Spinoza was one of these minds, a philosopher, a lens grinder, an exile in his own homeland, and a man whose thoughts would one day bend the spine of Western philosophy. Yet during his lifetime, Spinoza walked through the Dutch Republic like a shadow caught between worlds. His story did not begin in Haarlem, nor in the Tulip auctions, but in the Jewish quarter of Amsterdam, where he was born in 1632 to a family of Portuguese Sephardic refugees. They had fled the Inquisition seeking safety and the promise of a freer life. Amsterdam, with its bustling ports and tolerance for diverse beliefs, seemed a haven, though one that required strict adherence to communal norms. The Spinoza family prospered modestly, trading in dried fruits, nuts, and colonial goods. Baruch received an education steeped in scripture, Hebrew grammar, logic, and the mercantile skills expected of a dutiful son. But even as a boy, he carried the restlessness of a seeker. He questioned too much. He doubted too openly. He asked why the world appeared orderly despite human chaos, why people clung to beliefs that brought them misery, why value, moral, spiritual, or financial, shifted so easily between the hands that claimed it. His questions troubled the elders. His curiosity made him suspect. By his early 20s, Spinoza had stepped decisively away from the community that raised him. He had begun reading works forbidden to him: Descartes, Hobbes, ancient Islamic philosophers, mystical texts from Kabbalists and Sufis. He met with Christian scholars who admired his brilliance. He wandered through the city with a mind ablaze. And then, fate delivered a blow that would shape his entire life. The Amsterdam Jewish community issued a herem, a ban so severe it was meant to erase him from memory. He was shunned, cursed, cut off from his own people. But Spinoza did not break. He left Amsterdam quietly and settled in Rijnsburg, later in Voorburg, then in The Hague. He lived simply, grinding lenses for microscopes and telescopes, delicate work that required patience, precision, and a humility that perfectly matched his temperament. Scholars sought him out. Thinkers traveled miles to speak with him. Yet he remained apart, avoiding fame, refusing wealth, welcoming only those who sought truth without pretense. During these years, as tulip mania rippled through the Dutch Republic, Spinoza observed the madness from the periphery, detached but not indifferent. He knew the mechanics of desire. He had witnessed firsthand how belief could elevate or destroy a community. He had seen how men clung to comforting illusions, even when truth stood directly before them. And though he did not write explicitly about the tulip mania, fragments of his letters suggest he understood the phenomenon better than most traders who lost fortunes to it. One evening, he visited Amsterdam briefly to meet with a scholar who admired his early writings. It was winter, and the tulip trade was at its peak. Firelight spilled from tavern windows, illuminating the hurried steps of men clutching contracts. Spinoza paused by the canal, watching the commotion with a quiet intensity. According to the scholar who later wrote of the encounter, Spinoza observed the traders like a naturalist studying an unfamiliar species. Their gestures were exaggerated, their faces flushed with hope and fear, their voices too quick, too urgent. They carried with them the tension of men who believed they were riding the crest of something divine. "What do they see?" the scholar asked him. Spinoza answered without turning his head. "Not the thing itself, only their desire reflected in it. "And what is the nature of that desire?" he replied with a faint smile. "To escape themselves." The scholar later confessed he did not understand the full meaning of Spinoza's words until weeks later, when the markets dissolved like a sandbank under a rising tide. Spinoza did not speculate. He did not buy bulbs. He did not dabble in the contracts that consumed even sober-minded men. He had chosen poverty long before tulips became a currency of dreams. But he witnessed the mania for what it was, a collective surrender to illusion, a demonstration of how belief could inflate value beyond any tether to reality. Rumors suggest that he once refused a commission from a wealthy patron who offered to pay him in exotic bulbs. Spinoza declined politely, saying only, "I prefer clarity to beauty." Whether the story is true or not hardly matters. It fits the rhythm of his life. Still, there was a moment, one scarcely recorded, when the tulip craze brushed Spinoza more personally. A neighbor in Voorburg, a merchant's widow whose livelihood depended on modest trade, approached him for advice. She had invested nearly all her savings in tulip contracts upon the urging of a distant cousin. Now she was frightened. She had heard whispers of collapsing auctions. She had seen fear in the eyes of men who once spoke confidently of fortunes. She asked Spinoza, "What should I do?" He folded his hands and thought for a long moment. The widow later recalled that he seemed to look through her, beyond her question, into something deeper. Finally, he said, "Value is created by agreement. If that agreement dissolves, the value is gone. Ask yourself whether the worth you seek lies in the flower or in the belief of others." "But what is the true value of the flower?" she pressed. Spinoza offered her a rare expression of tenderness. "A flower has the value of its place in nature. Nothing more, nothing less." The widow left with tears in her eyes. Whether she acted upon his advice is unknown. But within 2 months, the tulip market crashed, and stories circulated of widows, merchants, and craftsmen left destitute. Through it all, Spinoza continued grinding lenses in his quiet room. He wrote, he reflected, he examined the illusions that drove men to madness, and in those days, he began outlining ideas that would one day shape the heart of modern philosophy, ideas about perception, desire, and the fragile architecture of human belief. Ideas that explained not only why tulip mania happened, but why it continues to happen in every age. Spinoza's world was shaped by a single pursuit: clarity. Not clarity as a scholar might seek it, gathering citations and arguments, but clarity of being, the kind that dissolves the fog of human illusion. He believed that most suffering grew not from the world itself, but from the distorted lenses through which people viewed it. And so, as the Dutch Republic spun itself into a frenzy over tulips, Spinoza approached the mania with a gaze unhindered by longing. He watched a nation fall under the spell of its own imagination, its people constructing elaborate towers of meaning on the fragile foundation of desire. In his philosophy, desire was not a simple yearning. It was the fundamental engine of human action. Everything we do, every choice, every indulgence, every fear, arises from desire. But desire was not reliable. It shifted, it flickered, it deceived. It created illusions with the ease of a magician, making men believe that the object of their longing held the key to happiness, when in truth, the longing itself was the architect of their pain. The tulip mania, in Spinoza's eyes, was a grand demonstration of this metaphysical truth. A flower was a flower, no more, no less. It bloomed for a season, withered, died, returned to the soil. Yet the people around him saw in tulips the promise of transcendence. They believed the flower would free them from their ordinariness, their limitations, their fears. They believed it would grant them a new identity, a higher status, a future so luminous it could erase the uncertainty of their present. In one of his later letters, Spinoza reflected on the nature of imagination. He wrote that imagination is a powerful tool, but also a dangerous one. It can lift the mind into realms of creativity and beauty, but it can also lure the mind away from truth. Imagination makes distant fears feel near. It makes fleeting pleasures appear eternal. It makes a bulb wrapped in paper feel like a key to salvation. Imagination turns possibility into inevitability. It whispers that the world can be shaped by hope alone. But the imagination, Spinoza warned, is not a source of truth. It is a mirror that distorts. And people, when frightened or uncertain, cling to these distortions because they fear the emptiness that awaits when illusions crumble. To Spinoza, the tulip mania was not simply a financial folly. It was a spiritual event, a collective surrender to Maya, the veil of illusion that obscures reality. He had never read the ancient Upanishads, never studied Indian metaphysics, but his thinking mirrored the concept so closely that scholars centuries later would remark on the uncanny similarity. Maya suggests that the world as perceived is not the world as it is. Human beings do not see reality. They see projections of their hopes, their fears, their desires. And so it was with tulips. People did not purchase bulbs. They purchased the fantasy that their lives could change without the slow work of discipline. They purchased the hope that beauty could be possessed. They purchased the belief that value was a fixed truth rather than a shared hallucination. Spinoza believed that freedom came from seeing through illusion. To be free was not to acquire wealth, nor to escape hardship, nor to control the world. Freedom, in his philosophy, was the ability to perceive reality without the distortions of desire. It was the ability to understand that value derives not from objects, but from the mind that perceives them. To desire a tulip was natural. To believe that the tulip defined one's destiny was illusion. He often illustrated this idea with simple metaphors. Once, while explaining the nature of illusion to a student, he placed a glass lens on the table. The student noticed how the lens magnified the grain of the wood beneath it. Spinoza smiled gently. "This is the imagination," he said. "It enlarges what we want to see. It shrinks what we fear to confront." He then lifted the lens, revealing the wood in its true form, ordinary, unadorned, unchanged. "And this," he continued, "is reason. It does not distort. It does not seduce. It simply reveals." The student whispered that the truth seemed less exciting than the illusion. Spinoza replied, "Illusion brings excitement. Truth brings peace. You must decide which you prefer. As tulip mania peaked, Spinoza watched from a distance as men clung to illusions, the way sailors cling to driftwood in a storm. He saw how fear disguised itself as hope, how greed disguised itself as ambition, how longing disguised itself as destiny. He saw how men blamed luck when they collapsed, but never questioned their own distorted perceptions. And he understood something few around him did. The collapse of the tulip market would not be a financial tragedy alone. It would be a crisis of identity. When the tulip's imagined value evaporated, people would be forced to confront the emptiness behind their illusions. They would be forced to ask themselves what remained when the dream dissolved. In this quiet way, Spinoza saw deeper into the heart of the mania than any trader. He understood that the pursuit of wealth built upon illusion was not merely risky, it was spiritually corrosive. It eroded clarity. It distorted desire. It pulled men away from the steady path of reason and into the abyss of imagination untethered by truth. But even Spinoza, with all his clarity, could not escape a certain sorrow. He knew that illusion was not a flaw in human nature, but a fundamental feature. People needed dreams. They needed stories. They needed something to chase. Without pursuit, life felt stagnant. Without hope, life felt hollow. And so, he asked the question that would shape his work for the rest of his life. How can a person live with hope without surrendering to illusion? That question, quiet, simple, profound, would ripple through every chapter of his philosophy, and it would form the bridge between the spiritual insight of illusion and the financial reality facing the Dutch Republic. When the tulip mania finally began to groan under its own impossible weight, Spinoza was not surprised. He had seen the signs flicker long before the first cracks appeared in Haarlem's auction houses. Not the public signs, the canceled bids, the trembling prices, the sudden hesitations of buyers, but the deeper, older signs that reveal themselves only to those who understand the nature of human belief. He watched the merchants who once walked with a certainty that bordered on arrogance now move with the stiffness of men who feared that the future was slipping through their fingers. He observed conversations shifting from triumphant predictions to wary questions. He noticed how voices softened, how glances darted, how men who had once laughed at prudence suddenly spoke of caution as if rediscovering a long-forgotten virtue. And beneath all of this, he recognized a universal truth. When value floats too far from reality, it does not drift gently back. It falls. Spinoza understood that the tulip market had been built not on fundamentals, but on sentiment. Sentiment is a wind. It blows hard. It changes direction without warning, and it does not care for the fate of those who build their lives upon it. Market prices were rising not because the bulbs offered new utility or rare substance, but because belief itself had inflated them. And belief, Spinoza knew, was the most unstable currency in the world. He had once explained to a young scholar that markets behave like mirrors. They reflect the hopes and fears of those who participate in them. When hope dominates, prices escalate to heights beyond reason. When fear enters the room, even quietly, Value evaporates faster than any rational calculation can predict. Tulip mania offered no exception. It was the perfect demonstration of the greater fool dynamic, an invisible ladder where each person climbed a rung, hoping to sell their position to someone even more hopeful than themselves. Spinoza viewed this not as greed, but as misperception. People misunderstood the nature of value. They believed value resided in the object itself, as if a tulip bulb somehow contained wealth the way a chest might contain silver. But value, he insisted, was a shared belief. It existed only because people agreed to see it. If the agreement held, fortunes rose. If it dissolved, fortunes disintegrated. In those weeks before the collapse, Spinoza watched that agreement weaken like a fraying rope. People still traded, but their hearts were no longer aligned with their words. They spoke with bravado, but their hands shook as they signed contracts. They rationalized small declines in price with elaborate stories, but their eyes betrayed them. Their certainty had died before the market did. Spinoza once explained this phenomenon in a metaphor to a friend. The mind, he said, is like a lantern carried through a fog. When the air is clear, the lantern illuminates the world. When fear rises, the fog thickens, and the lantern reveals only shadows. People mistake those shadows for truth. They see danger where none exists. Or worse, they fail to see danger where it hides in plain sight. Markets collapse not when mathematics demand it, but when the shadows grow too dark to ignore. As tulip prices stalled, a subtle but powerful shift took place. Traders began whispering their doubts instead of bragging about their gains. Patrons who once insisted on tulip payments began asking for coin. Contracts were renegotiated quietly, hesitantly. These small tremors signaled the beginning of the end, and Spinoza recognized each one as a symptom of the same, deeper illness, the mind's inability to sustain belief against the weight of mounting evidence. To Spinoza, this collapse was predictable because it followed a pattern repeated throughout human history. Hope builds, desire intensifies, imagination expands, and then fear intrudes. Fear does not need to shout. It speaks in soft, private moments. It spreads through rooms like a cold draft. It begins with a single man hesitating to buy, and ends with an entire nation desperate to sell. When the collapse finally came, it did not arrive with thunder. It arrived with silence. Traders gathered and found no buyers. Contracts that once changed hands in minutes sat untouched. Prices that had once soared with religious fervor now dropped with a speed that defied comprehension. People did not panic at first. They entered denial. They insisted the dip was temporary. They blamed weather, foreign traders, rumors, anything except the truth. But when denial cracked, panic flooded in. And panic, Spinoza knew, moves faster than hope ever could. Value disintegrated. Fortunes evaporated overnight. Men who had once mocked caution now wept in taverns, clutching worthless contracts. Wealthy households collapsed into debt. Cities tried to intervene. Courts attempted to negotiate settlements. But nothing could restore the belief that had once inflated the bulbs to impossible heights. Without belief, the market was nothing but paper and regret. Spinoza observed the aftermath with the cool sorrow of a physician watching a preventable illness run its course. He saw that the collapse was not simply financial, it was psychological. It was the realization, painful and unavoidable, that the wealth people had counted on had existed only in the realm of imagination. He took no pleasure in being right. The suffering around him was too real. The widow who had once asked for his advice lost nearly everything. Young men who had planned futures with their tulip earnings returned to their old trades with hollowed eyes. Merchants who had once walked with pride now avoided the streets, ashamed to be recognized. But Spinoza hoped that perhaps, after such a collapse, people would see more clearly, that they would understand the nature of true value, that they would learn not to build their lives upon illusions. Yet he also knew something else, something he would never say aloud, though his letters hinted at the thought. Illusion is not a flaw in markets. Illusion is the engine of them. And until people learn to see through desire, to understand the difference between value and dream, every age will grow its own tulips. Different shapes, different names, but the same fragile seed planted in the same fertile soil of human longing. Long before economic textbooks and market charts attempted to dissect the rise and fall of speculative frenzies, there were men who tried, quietly and almost desperately, to measure the madness with the tools of their time. They were not traders, nor gamblers, nor men of grand ambitions. They were mathematicians, scholars whose loyalty belonged not to fortune, but to reason. And among them, Jan de Witt stood like a solitary lantern flickering against a storm. Jan de Witt was born into a prominent family in Dordrecht, groomed for success from childhood, yet shaped more by curiosity than privilege. He possessed an intellect that startled even seasoned scholars. By his youth, he was devouring mathematical treatises that most men could not read in middle age. Geometry, probability, financial structure. These were not dry subjects to him, but intricate puzzles he felt compelled to solve. He studied the geometry of ships, the flow of water, the architecture of states. He sought patterns, always patterns, believing that within the symmetry of numbers lay the hidden order of the world. When he eventually became Grand Pensionary of Holland, a position of immense political influence, he carried with him a mind trained not in rhetoric, but in mathematics. Councils expected him to speak like a statesman. Instead, he analyzed like a scholar, dissecting decisions the way a surgeon examines bone. Some admired him, others feared him, but all recognized the formidable clarity with which he approached every problem. By the mid-1630s, when tulip speculation began rising through the Dutch Republic, like a fever sweeping through the bloodstream of the nation, de Witt was still a young man, watching from the margins. He was not yet the leader he would become. He was a brilliant observer, living in a world that seemed determined to lose its grip on reason. He heard the rumors as they traveled through The Hague, rumors of bulbs traded for houses, of artisans abandoning their crafts, of scholars placing bets on flowers that had not yet bloomed. He read early pamphlets marveling at the impossible prices. He overheard heated debates among merchants whose confidence exceeded their understanding. And though he watched, he did not intervene. He simply listened, collecting fragments of information with the same precision he applied to mathematical problems. Yet, as the mania grew, something began to trouble him. Tulips were beautiful, yes. Rare varieties existed, yes. Wealthy collectors had always valued the exotic. But the prices now multiplying across Holland were not rooted in scarcity, nor quality, nor any rational measure he recognized. They rose as if lifted by invisible hands, driven by a force that had nothing to do with nature. One winter evening, de Witt visited an acquaintance, a merchant who had recently acquired several tulip contracts. The merchant, normally a sober man, spoke with feverish excitement. He insisted that tulip prices would rise forever, that the market had entered a golden age, that rationality itself had been transformed by this new discovery. A new kind of wealth, he called it. A wealth that grows by belief alone. De Witt listened quietly, his fingers resting on a glass of wine he never lifted to his lips. He asked questions, precise, careful questions. What was the expected yield of a bulb? How did one measure the probability of a failed bloom? What mechanisms ensured the legitimacy of each contract? The merchant waved his concerns away with a careless laugh. Details, he said. The market is beyond details now. That was the moment de Witt understood that something catastrophic was approaching. He returned home and opened his notebooks. He sketched numbers, calculated probabilities, and examined the early forms of what he would later formalize as annuity valuation. The more he wrote, the more he realized how precarious the tulip economy had become. It was built not on structure, but on sentiment, a sentiment that could evaporate the moment confidence faltered. In one quiet entry, written in his small, elegant handwriting, he noted, "There is no equilibrium in a trade governed only by hope." Weeks later, the evidence of imbalance grew impossible to ignore. Auctions began failing. Contracts stagnated. Buyers backed away. The frenzy was losing heat. De Witt attended one of the final gatherings before the collapse, not as a participant, but as an observer. The room was filled with tension so thick it seemed to pulse beneath the floorboards. Men who had once spoken with bravado now whispered uncertainly, glancing toward the door as though expecting disaster to enter at any moment. He watched brokers shuffle papers with trembling fingers, watched merchants pretend confidence they no longer felt, watched buyers study the ceiling rather than meet the eyes of sellers. It was not panic yet. It was suspense, the terrible, breathless silence before a dam breaks. A broker approached de Witt, recognizing him. "You're a mathematician," the man said. "Tell me, when will this turn around?" De Witt regarded him gently. "Has it stopped rising?" "Yes." "Then why should it rise again?" The broker's mouth opened, but no words emerged. He stepped back as though struck. De Witt knew, long before others admitted it, that the tulip market had already crossed the threshold beyond which recovery was impossible. A bubble, in the language he would later develop, has no gentle path downward. Its very logic demands collapse. Still, he felt no triumph in this insight, only a somber certainty. As he left the gathering, stepping into the freezing air, He saw Harlem's glow in the distance, warm, flickering, unaware that its illusions were minutes away from shattering. Snow coated the streets with a soft brilliance that belied the fear beginning to gather inside every household. Witt paused on the quiet road, looking toward the faint lights of the city, and whispered a single sentence to himself. Human folly has perfect symmetry. He meant that illusions rise and fall with the same elegance as any mathematical curve. They build until their logic can no longer support their height. And then they collapse with a swiftness that feels like betrayal. Yet there was one thing he had not yet understood, something he would only learn when the crash finally came. Numbers can predict collapse, but they cannot ease the suffering that follows. As the tulip markets across Holland began to strain under their own illusions, Jan de Witt found himself returning, again and again, to a single idea that had quietly lived in his mind since childhood. Nature, he believed, never moved erratically. It breathed in cycles. It pulsed in patterns. Even chaos, when seen from a far enough distance, revealed a symmetry so precise it bordered on divine. And now, as the Dutch Republic trembled on the edge of financial calamity, he saw in the tulip mania not a surprising event, but an inevitable one. The bubble was not an exception to human behavior. It was an expression of it. This realization settled into him slowly, like frost gathering on window glass. He had watched the mania rise through months of quiet observation. He had listened to men speak with the fever of prophets who believed they could command fortune through sheer will. He had seen how quickly certainty hardened into arrogance, how illusions attached themselves to the minds of traders like vines wrapping around stone. And now, with the benefit of distance and perhaps a little sorrow, he recognized the deeper pattern beneath the phenomenon. Every human cycle, he believed, begins with a hunger. Sometimes that hunger is for wealth, sometimes for status, sometimes for belonging. But always, beneath every frenzy, lies the same ancient ache, the desire to transcend the limits of the present moment. The Dutch, prosperous yet restless, had discovered in tulips a new vessel for that desire. The flowers were beautiful, rare, unpredictable, and therefore perfect mirrors for the hopes projected onto them. Desire fertilized belief. Belief fertilized illusion. Illusion fertilized mania. And mania, as de Witt observed, always carried the seed of its own destruction. In his notebooks, he sketched curves that rose sharply and fell abruptly, shapes that resembled the cresting waves he had studied in the mathematics of shipbuilding. He understood intuitively that no wave could climb forever. Gravity pulled. Momentum weakened. Water obeyed its nature. Human beings, however, believed they were different. They convinced themselves that their desires could overcome the laws of reason. He saw that the tulip mania was not merely an economic bubble. It was a moral one. The people of Holland had exchanged discipline for fantasy. They had abandoned the measured rhythms that once governed their lives and embraced a dream that promised something for nothing. And dreams, when they promise too much, become traps disguised as miracles. The more de Witt reflected, the more he understood that human folly was not random. It followed a rhythm, like breath or tide. Every rise was accompanied by a shadow. Every ascent carried the outline of its future descent. The same people who believed they were destined for fortune were destined to face despair, not because the world was cruel, but because human nature does not change as swiftly as markets do. In private moments, de Witt wondered whether anyone could have convinced the Dutch Republic to pause, to think, to see the approaching collapse before it arrived. He imagined standing in the taverns of Haarlem, explaining carefully that value must have roots, that belief alone cannot sustain wealth, that a bulb cannot carry the weight of a nation's longing. But he also knew how futile such efforts would have been. People do not abandon illusions simply because they are shown the truth. They abandon them only when the illusion collapses under its own weight. He returned often to one of his favorite philosophical contemplations, the ancient idea that history does not move in straight lines, but in circles. Empires rise and fall. Wealth surges and recedes. People become confident, then reckless, then repentant. Every generation believes it is unique, yet every generation repeats the same mistakes in different disguises. Tulips, in the end, were simply the chosen disguise of the Dutch Republic. In the late evenings, de Witt walked the quiet canals, listening to the distant echoes of taverns where traders still clung to hope. He watched frost gather on the stone bridges, each crystal resembling a tiny geometric perfection. Nature did not lie. Nature did not inflate its worth. Nature did not pretend. He found comfort in that honesty, even as he watched human belief drift further from truth. Sometimes, in rare moments, he felt empathy for the men who had given their lives to the mania. He understood the temptation. To dream is pleasant. To imagine oneself lifted beyond the confines of circumstance is intoxicating. To believe in infinite ascent is deeply human. But illusions that lift the spirit also hollow it, and when they burst, the fall is as emotional as it is financial. There was one evening when he visited a small chapel in The Hague, seeking quiet more than solace. He lit a single candle and watched the flame flicker against the vaulted ceiling. And as he watched, he whispered a line from an old philosophical text he had memorized in his youth. "What rises without reason must fall without pardon." In the glow of that solitary flame, he realized the truth that would shape the rest of his understanding. Bubbles do not burst because of greed alone, nor because of fear alone, nor because the world conspires against those who dare to dream. Bubbles burst because they are built on a misunderstanding of reality. And reality, though patient, does not bend forever. Humanity repeats this lesson not because it forgets, but because it refuses to believe the lesson applies to the present moment. Every bubble feels new. Every mania feels justified. Every illusion feels like truth until the instant it breaks. And so, as the Dutch Republic teetered on the edge of collapse, John de Witt saw with perfect clarity what others could not. The tulip mania was not a failure of markets. It was a failure of perception. A failure woven into the fabric of human nature. As winter deepened and the shadows lengthened over the Dutch Republic, John de Witt began assembling, quietly and methodically, an understanding of bubbles that would echo through centuries. He did not call it a bubble. The term had not yet taken hold, but he recognized the pattern as unmistakably as a sailor recognizes a shifting wind. What he saw forming around the tulip trade was a phenomenon governed not by flower bulbs, nor by contracts, but by the collective psychology of a nation. In his notebooks, now lost except for fragments cited in later writings, he outlined what he believed to be the natural life cycle of any speculative surge. He broke it down not with the drama of a storyteller, but with the precision of a mathematician who knew that behind every human frenzy lies an elegant, brutal structure. It began, he wrote, with displacement. Displacement was the spark that drew attention to a new asset. For the Dutch, this spark was the arrival of rare tulip varieties, colors and patterns never before seen in Europe. The novelty alone was enough to shift the collective gaze. Displacement, he noted, did not create mania by itself, but it created the conditions for mania. It awakened curiosity. It whispered of opportunity. It stirred desire from its quiet slumber. After displacement came the boom. Prices rose. Interest accelerated. Early participants, often the most observant, the most fortunate, or the most daring, reaped extraordinary gains. Word spread. Those who had hesitated now regretted their caution. The boom fed upon itself, its energy growing with every new participant. It was during this stage, de Witt observed, that logic loosened its grip. People mistook rapid growth for stability, and stability for destiny. Then came the most treacherous phase of all, euphoria. This was the point at which tulips ceased to exist as flowers and became symbols. Symbols of wealth, of aspiration, of genius. The euphoria phase was not marked by the highest prices, but by the transformation of belief. Men no longer spoke of risk. They spoke of certainty. They carried contracts like relics. They quoted stories of overnight fortunes as if recounting scripture. Even caution came to be viewed as foolishness. De Witt recognized this stage instinctively. He had witnessed it in the faces of men who no longer listened when he raised concerns, in the laughter that followed any suggestion of restraint, in the dismissive wave of a hand that treated mathematics as irrelevant compared to the intoxicating rise of prices. In Euphoria, he wrote, "People confuse the slope of the ascent with the strength of the foundation. They believe that upward motion is evidence of stability, when in truth it is the signal of fragility. And fragility, once exposed, leads inevitably to the turning point." The turning point was quiet. It did not roar like a storm, nor announce itself with a trumpet. It arrived as hesitation, a single failed auction, a lone buyer who stepped back, a whisper that a certain bulb had not sold. These small tremors were enough to shake the confidence that had inflated the entire structure. Once confidence wavered, the collective illusion began to shrink, not gradually, but swiftly, violently, with a speed that defied reason. After the turning point came the collapse. Collapse was not a phase, de Witt noted. It was a reckoning. Contracts that once commanded fortunes were suddenly worthless. Buyers disappeared. Sellers multiplied desperately. Prices collapsed not to previous levels, but far below them, as if punishing those who had dared to believe too deeply. Panic replaced hope. Shame replaced pride. Men who had bragged of their cleverness now hid their faces in public. The anatomy of a bubble, as de Witt envisioned it, was not merely economic. It was deeply human. It exposed the fragile architecture of belief and the volatile currents of desire that drive markets far more than any rational calculation. But he went further than simply describing the cycle. He sought to understand the underlying forces that made bubbles inevitable. In one margin of his notes, he wrote, "Value is not a number. Value is a story people agree upon." This single line captured the essence of the tulip mania. Tulips had no intrinsic worth beyond their beauty, their rarity, their botanical fascination. Yet people had woven stories around them, stories of wealth, status, destiny. People bought not bulbs, but narratives. They traded not flowers, but faith. De Witt realized that markets rise when stories are seductive and collapse when stories lose their charm. The assets themselves do not change. Only the story does. And stories change faster than any market can sustain. His most haunting insight emerged as prices continued to fall across Holland. He wrote that a bubble is not defined by its rise, nor by its size, but by the distance between price and truth. The greater the distance, the more catastrophic the correction. When tulip prices finally crashed entirely, when entire fortunes evaporated in weeks, when households collapsed under debts, when contracts became nothing more than scraps of useless paper, De Witt walked through the streets of The Hague with a heaviness he rarely allowed himself to feel. He saw the faces of men who had lost everything. He saw shops shuttered, taverns silent, apprentices dismissed. In those days, the Dutch Republic searched desperately for explanations. Some blamed foreign speculators. Others blamed divine punishment. Many blamed deceit, greed, or misfortune. De Witt blamed none of these. He blamed misunderstanding. People misunderstood risk, misunderstood probability, misunderstood value, misunderstood themselves. He believed the tulip mania would not be the last of its kind. And he was right. The mechanics he identified would repeat through centuries. Railroads, gold rushes, technology stocks, housing, cryptocurrency, different objects, different eras, the same cycle. As he closed his notebook one evening, he wrote a line that would feel prophetic long after tulips faded from memory. Human nature does not change, and therefore, neither do bubbles. There are moments in the modern world when history seems to lean forward and whisper, reminding us that the past is not gone at all. It waits beneath the surface, wearing new masks, replaying old desires in unfamiliar costumes. Long after the tulips of the 17th century had withered into legend, new flowers bloomed, plastic flowers, digital flowers, symbolic flowers. Each promised fortune, each seduced hearts, and each revealed, once again, the fragile architecture of human belief. The first of these modern illusions unfolded in the late 1990s, born not from Dutch gardens, but from factory floors in Asia. In a decade obsessed with novelty and innocence, the Beanie Baby appeared. A small, soft toy, filled not with rare blooms or precious metals, but with plastic pellets. At first, they were simple children's toys: a bear, a penguin, a moose with endearing lopsided eyes. Their creator, a man named Ty Warner, was meticulous and eccentric, insisting on perfection in stitching, fabric, color. But no one, not even Warner himself, could have predicted what these tiny creatures would become. It began quietly, with collectors noticing that certain retired models doubled in price. A rumor spread that scarcity was intentional. Mothers guarded toy store shelves as if defending treasure. Teenagers camped outside malls. Newspapers ran stories of families earning more money reselling Beanie Babies than from their regular jobs. For a brief, shimmering moment, the world convinced itself that fabric animals held the power to rewrite destiny. A special bear named Princess, released in memory of Princess Diana, was rumored to be worth thousands. People stored them in plastic cases, cataloged them like artifacts, spoke of them with reverence. But beneath it all lived the same illusion that had driven the Dutch tulip mania centuries earlier: the belief that value could ascend infinitely, carried upward by sheer collective desire. Then, as the millennium approached, a new illusion emerged, one far grander, fueled not by toys but by technology. The dot-com era unfolded like a fever dream. Venture capital flowed like water through Silicon Valley. Entrepreneurs echoed prophecies of digital utopia. Companies with no profits, sometimes no products, soared in value simply for placing a "com" after their names. Offices served champagne to celebrate funding rounds. Startups held parties that lasted until dawn. The NASDAQ climbed as though gravity had been suspended. Young men barely past 20 became paper millionaires. Newspapers heralded a new economic age where old rules no longer applied. Traditional business models were dismissed as relics. Investors scrambled to buy shares in companies they barely understood. Yet behind the euphoria, the same ancient pattern pulsed: displacement, boom, euphoria. A cycle not born of servers and code, but of imagination and desire. There is a story, rarely told, of a small dot-com company in San Francisco that hired a poet to write inspirational verses for its employees. They believed creativity itself would generate value. The poet composed lines about digital landscapes blooming with possibility. The employees pinned the poems above their desks. Investors applauded the company's visionary culture. Within a year, the company collapsed. Its offices emptied overnight. The poems left fluttering in the wind of an abandoned cubicle. The poet never forgot the silence that followed. It reminded him, he said, of a garden after a storm, bright petals scattered, their beauty undeniable, yet utterly transient. But perhaps the illusion most hauntingly similar to tulip mania appeared in the early 2010s, in living rooms across the world. A technological marvel began circulating within consumer markets: the 3D television. For a brief season, manufacturers and analysts heralded it as the future of entertainment. Commercials showed families wearing glossy plastic glasses, reaching toward shimmering images projected beyond the screen. Electronic stores dedicated entire sections to the glowing displays. Pre-orders surged. Early adopters spoke of immersive experiences and cinematic wonder. People believed that within a few years, every home would possess a 3D television. that flat screens would become relics. Yet the fascination proved fleeting. The glasses were cumbersome, the content limited, the novelty wore off, and slowly, quietly, prices fell. Shelves cleared. Stores removed their 3D sections. Manufacturers abandoned the technology entirely. What had once been called the future of television vanished like frost beneath morning sun. These modern illusions, Beanie Babies, dot-com stocks, 3D televisions, may seem trivial in comparison to the grandeur of the Dutch Golden Age. Yet beneath their differences lies the same unmistakable truth. Human beings are creatures of longing. We chase symbols. We project our desires onto the objects we believe will transform us. We attach hope to things that cannot bear its weight. Value, when untethered from substance, becomes a dream. And dreams, when shared by millions, create invisible empires. For a time, they shine with breathtaking brilliance, their foundations seemingly solid, their futures inevitable. Yet always, always, they dissolve. For what rises through belief must eventually return to the soil of reality. As the modern world reveals its illusions one by one, it becomes clear that mankind has never left the tulip fields. We have only changed our flowers. Modern illusions are not woven from petals or stitched with thread or engineered from screens and microchips. Their essence lies elsewhere, in a realm far more elusive. They are born in the human mind, that vast landscape where longing lives, where symbols move like shadows, and where belief takes shape long before facts ever enter the room. As the 20th century dissolved into the 21st, the philosophers who studied culture, technology, and human behavior began to notice something uncanny. The illusions of the past had not disappeared. They had migrated into new mediums, new forms, new economies, yet their architecture remained profoundly ancient. At the heart of these illusions lies a subtle spiritual hunger. People in modern societies, for all their prosperity, often feel disconnected from meaning. They move through accelerated lives, overwhelmed by information, exhausted by choice. In such a world, symbols become anchors, a rare toy, a rising stock, a trending technology. These are not merely objects or financial instruments. They become containers for hope, mirrors for desire, projections of identity. They promise something no tangible asset can fully deliver, a sense of significance. Consider the way people speak about new technologies, new trends, new tokens of cultural value. Their voices shift just as traders once shifted when speaking of tulips. Awe mixes with urgency. Curiosity melts into conviction. They speak of inevitability, not because they understand the mechanics, but because the narrative comforts a deeper uncertainty inside them. When people feel unmoored, they seek stories that offer stability. And in the modern world, those stories often revolve around innovation, scarcity, and the illusion of limitless growth. When philosophers of the digital age examined these patterns, they often invoked concepts that echoed ancient spiritual teachings. One of the most striking parallels emerged from the idea of Maya, the veil of illusion. In ancient texts, Maya describes the shimmering surface of reality that distracts the mind from seeing what lies beneath. It is not deception in the malicious sense. Rather, it is the human tendency to mistake appearance for essence, desire for truth, imagination for fact. Modern society, with its screens, notifications, advertisements, and digital identities, has woven a new kind of Maya. It is noisier, brighter, more persuasive. It hums in our pockets and glows from our desks. It offers endless distraction, infinite comparison, relentless stimulation. And beneath this digital veil, human beings become more susceptible to illusions of value. The philosopher Jean Baudrillard once observed that modern societies no longer trade objects, but symbols. Simulacra, he called them, copies without originals. In such a world, value is untethered from substance. A digital token with no physical form can be worth millions. A celebrity can become a symbol so powerful that their endorsement alters the fate of entire markets. A meme, just an image paired with humor, can trigger financial swings more dramatic than the decisions of central banks. These shifts seem absurd at first glance, yet they reveal the same mechanism that drove Tulip mania, a collective belief in something that exists not in the object, but in the shared imagination of its participants. And as Spinoza or Witt would have recognized instantly, belief is volatile. When millions of people invest emotionally in a symbol, whether it is a toy, a startup, or a digital trend, they are not truly investing in the thing itself. They are investing in a narrative about the future. They are investing in belonging to a movement. They are investing in the idea that their choice aligns them with destiny, intelligence, or cultural insight. This is why a crisis of value in the modern world often feels existential. When a symbol collapses, when the Beanie Baby loses its worth, when the .com startup fails, when the 3D television becomes obsolete, it is not merely a financial loss. It is a psychological rupture. The story that people use to anchor their identity is exposed as illusion. And when the story crumbles, so does the sense of self built upon it. This is where modern illusions reveal their deeper spiritual dimension. Human beings have always needed stories. But in earlier eras, those stories were shaped by religion, myth, and tradition. They provided moral structure and existential anchor. In the modern age, as traditional frameworks weaken, the marketplace becomes the new arena where stories are forged. Markets promise transformation. Consumption promises meaning. Ownership promises identity. But none of these promises can be fulfilled. A rare toy does not grant significance. A stock does not grant purpose. A technological fad does not grant belonging. These things only satisfy the surface of the self, leaving the deeper layers untouched. And so people chase the next symbol, and the next, and the next, seeking something that no market can provide. This is why modern illusions feel so intense when they rise and so devastating when they collapse. They are not simply financial events. They are spiritual events. They reveal not just miscalculations of price, but miscalculations of meaning. In this way, the modern world mirrors the Dutch Golden Age more closely than most would admit. The tulip was not merely a flower. It was a mirror in which people saw the lives they wished to have. And when the reflection vanished, they were forced to confront the emptiness behind the illusion. Today, the objects may change, the technologies may evolve, The symbols may multiply, but the human heart remains the same. It still hungers for beauty, for transcendence, for certainty. And so, as long as that hunger remains unexamined, humanity will continue to grow new tulips in every generation. In the wake of every modern illusion, analysts rush to explain what happened. They compile charts, write case studies, and debate economic forces. Yet beneath all the technical analysis lies a far simpler truth. Markets rise on stories, not spreadsheets. They fall for the same reason. The mathematics comes later, sweeping up the wreckage like a broom after a storm. But the storm itself begins in the human mind. When Witt outlined the anatomy of a bubble, he spoke in the language of probability and symmetry. He saw patterns that repeated across centuries. Modern economists, with more tools and data than he could have imagined, discovered that the same patterns shape contemporary markets. Whether it was the riotous surge of dot-com stocks in the late 1990s, or the speculative frenzy surrounding Beanie Babies, or the short-lived obsession with 3D televisions, the underlying mechanism was identical. Narratives detached from fundamentals. In financial terms, fundamentals are the measurable roots of value, revenue, profit, assets, utility, scarcity, long-term demand. When fundamentals drive value, markets behave like maps. They guide investors towards stable ground. But when narratives take over, markets become waves. They rise because they rise. They fall because they fall. A narrative possesses the power of self-fulfilling motion until the moment belief falters. Consider the Beanie Baby bubble. A plush toy has no intrinsic financial value. Its price depends entirely on being purchased as a collectible. There is no dividend, no long-term utility, no industrial function. The moment collectors lose interest, the entire market collapses. And that collapse, when it came, was as swift as any tulip crash. Thousands of families discovered that their carefully preserved collections, some stored in climate-controlled rooms, insured as if they were heirlooms, were suddenly worth a fraction of their imagined value. The dot-com bubble was rooted in a similar illusion, though the scale was far grander. Investors poured billions into companies that had no profitability, often no product, sometimes not even a complete business plan. Yet the story was irresistible. The internet would change everything. And indeed, it did, but not in ways that justified the valuations assigned in those fevered years. When the bubble burst, fortunes evaporated overnight. Companies folded. Employees lost not only their jobs, but their life savings, often tied up in stock options that became worthless. Modern financial historians often cite one moment as symbolic of the collapse. A small startup, once hailed as visionary, filed for bankruptcy and left behind an office filled with expensive ergonomic furniture, unopened boxes of promotional merchandise, and a whiteboard bearing a single phrase, "The future is ours." It was as haunting as the abandoned mansions left behind after Tulip Mania, a testament to how belief can build empires out of air, only to watch them dissolve like mist. The 3D television surge followed the same script on a smaller stage. Manufacturers invested heavily in production lines. Retailers devoted prime floor space to displays. Analysts predicted a revolution in entertainment. but the fundamentals were weak from the start. Consumers disliked the glasses. Content remained limited. Nothing supported the narrative except the narrative itself. Once the excitement faded, the market collapsed into silence. Financially, the lesson is clear. Narratives drive prices farther and faster than fundamentals ever can, but they cannot sustain them. When an asset's value becomes symbolic rather than intrinsic, its collapse becomes a question not of if, but when. There is another financial truth that modern markets reveal with painful clarity. Liquidity, the ease with which an asset can be bought or sold, never feels important until it disappears. During a boom, sellers believe they can always find buyers. During euphoria, people assume demand is infinite. But when doubt enters the room, liquidity vanishes instantly. Buyers withdraw. Sellers multiply. Prices fall with terrifying speed. This dynamic appeared in all three modern bubbles. In the Beanie Baby craze, collectors who attempted to sell during the onset of decline found that no one wanted to buy at any price. In the dot-com crash, investors could not find buyers for shares they had once purchased with unquestioning enthusiasm. And in the 3D TV collapse, retailers sat on warehouses full of inventory no consumer wanted. The financial consequence of narrative-driven markets is harsh but predictable. The value that rises fastest is the value that falls hardest. Another recurring pattern emerges from these modern illusions: the asymmetry of confidence. During a boom, confidence inflates effortlessly. It spreads through rumors, articles, investor calls, television interviews, and social gatherings. Yet during a decline, confidence cannot be restored by any amount of reassurance. Analysts may declare that the worst is over. Politicians may urge calm. Executives may speak with conviction. But once belief is broken, it cannot be repaired through rhetoric. This fragile structure of belief explains why markets do not correct gently. They collapse. They convulse. They overcorrect. And they do so because market participants are not machines. They are human beings, driven by fear and desire, often unaware of the subconscious forces guiding their decisions. Modern financial theorists refer to this as sentiment volatility. But older thinkers, like Spinoza, might have called it simply the volatility of the human soul. The mind grasps illusions with fervor and abandons them with equal intensity. It oscillates between hope and despair with little regard for logic. And the market is nothing but the echo of that oscillation. The final lesson of modern illusions is one that traders often recognize too late. Value anchored in fundamentals recovers. Value anchored in narrative does not. When the dot-com bubble burst, companies with real revenue and steady business models survived and eventually flourished. Those built purely on hope vanished. When the Beanie Baby bubble popped, toys returned to being toys. And when 3D televisions faded away, the market simply moved on, leaving the remnants behind like driftwood after a receding tide. This is the quiet truth behind every modern bubble. Markets punish illusions not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. Illusion cannot coexist with reality forever. Sooner or later, the two must collide, and when they do, the impact reveals something deeper than financial loss. It exposes the psychological structures people use to construct meaning, identity, and aspiration. It shows how fragile those structures become when built not on truth, but on desire. In this way, the Beanie Baby collectors, the dot-com pioneers, and the 3D TV enthusiasts all walked the same path as the Dutch tulip traders centuries before them. Different eras, different objects, the same story. Long before the collapse of tulip mania was recorded in pamphlets and court documents, long before historians traced the arc of its fever through columns of numbers and frozen contracts, there were quiet witnesses who captured something far more intimate. Not the mechanics of the crash, but the souls caught beneath it. Among these witnesses were the apprentices of Hendrik de Keyser, the great sculptor whose workshop once hummed with the confident rhythm of chisels carving stone for the Republic's grand buildings. De Keyser himself had died years earlier, leaving behind a legacy of art and architecture that shaped the Dutch Golden Age. But his workshop lived on through the hands of students who kept his methods, his discipline, and his humility alive. These apprentices were young men with steady hands and quiet dreams, men who spent their days coaxing form from marble, learning patience from stone itself. Their work was slow, methodical, immune to the madness sweeping the nation, at least at first. Among the surviving fragments of correspondence from that era, a handful of letters written by these apprentices stand out with stunning clarity. They were not meant for public eyes. They were not shaped by hindsight or filtered through the ego of merchants or magistrates. They were private, trembling, honest, and through them, we glimpse the human heart of the mania, its temptations, its illusions, its despair. The earliest of these letters was written by an apprentice named Klaus, a quiet youth who often swept the workshop floors and mixed plaster for molds. His writing was plain, yet weighted with sincerity. He described the first time he heard of the tulip trade from a fellow apprentice returning from Haarlem. "A man sold one flower," Klaus wrote, "and with it bought the house beside the canal I have walked past since boyhood." He confessed how the story seized his imagination, not because he desired wealth, but because the idea of transformation, instant, miraculous, complete, felt intoxicating. He wrote of lying awake at night, imagining what it would feel like to give his mother a warm home, to free his father from debt, to step into a future where skill and seasons no longer dictated the rhythm of life. Within weeks, the entire workshop buzzed with tulip gossip. Apprentices whispered of bulbs traded for ships, of sailors returning with rare varieties, of taverns in Haarlem filled with shouting men, waving contracts like talismans. Even the senior journeyman, once dismissive, began leaning in closer when a trader visited the square outside. Yet Hendrik de Keyser's eldest son, Peter, now overseeing the workshop, remained cautious. "Stone," he told them one evening, "has never lied to me. Flowers, I fear, lie without meaning to." But his warning did little to silence the fever spreading through the younger men. Beauty seduced them. Possibility seduced them. And soon, even the humble apprentices found themselves imagining a life far beyond the reach of their chisels. Another letter, written by an apprentice named Jurion, reveals the next stage of their descent. He described how a broker visited the workshop asking whether anyone wished to purchase a share in a Tulip contract. The men gathered around him, drawn more by the broker's confidence than by the offer itself. He spoke with the tone of a preacher delivering revelation, his hands moving gracefully over folded papers. He promised that even a small stake could multiply beyond imagination. "The world is changing," he said, "and those who wait will be crushed beneath their own caution." Jurian wrote that he felt his breath catch, not because of greed, but because the broker's words pierced a hidden longing within him, the longing to escape the weight of anonymity, the endless years of apprenticeship, the slow climb toward a future that promised little certainty. By the time he finished his letter, Jurian had confessed to something he had told no one else. He had sold a portion of his modest savings to buy into the tulip trade. He was not alone. Soon, several apprentices had stakes in bulbs they had never seen. They spoke of them with pride, as though owning a fraction of a flower elevated their status. They compared notes, tracked rumors, and spent evenings discussing which striped varieties were destined to become legends. Their hands still shaped stone during the day, but their minds wandered into gardens blooming with golden promise. Then came the first letter that trembled with fear. It was written by an apprentice named Thomas, a young man known for his quick laughter. His letter carried none of that brightness. Instead, it unfolded in halting sentences, as though he could barely bring himself to write what he had seen. He had visited Harlem during one of the later auctions. The atmosphere, once jubilant, had shifted. Men spoke in hushed tones. Fewer contracts changed hands. The air itself felt heavier. It was as though a silent sickness had entered the room. He wrote. Everyone smiled, but the smiles looked painted on. When a seller announced a rare bulb at the expected price, the room held its breath and remained silent. No bids. The stunned stillness in the auction hall burrowed into Thomas's chest like a cold stone. He wrote that he felt something break inside him, not a loud shattering, but a thin, quiet tear, like parchment splitting along an old crease. He returned to Amsterdam pale and trembling. That night he wrote, I fear not for the flower, but for the hope I placed inside it. More letters followed. Letters filled with doubt, regret, desperation. Apprentices who once whispered of fortunes now whispered of escape. The bulbs they had purchased with such pride lost value daily. Friends who had once boasted now avoided each other's eyes. And beneath every trembling sentence, one truth pulsed: the greater fool had vanished. They themselves were the final fools in the chain. These letters are some of the most devastating records of the mania, not because they describe financial ruin, but because they reveal emotional ruin. Young men, barely into adulthood, tempted by dreams beyond their reach, consumed by a story they did not fully understand. The collapse of tulip mania was a national event, but here, in these fragile letters, we see the collapse of the individual. Not a nation's wealth lost, but a young sculptor's innocence. Not a trader's fortune vanished, but a hopeful apprentice's belief in destiny. Not a bubble bursting, but a heart learning, too early, about the cruelty of illusion. The letters of Hendrik de Keyser's apprentices reveal something deeper than misplaced investment. They reveal the anatomy of desire, the kind that does not shout, but whispers, the kind that does not strike like lightning, but seeps slowly, quietly, into the mind. When historians look back on tulip mania, they often speak of greed. They imagine frantic traders clinging to contracts, merchants scheming, speculators celebrating. But in these letters, there is very little greed. There is longing. And longing, more than greed, is the true architect of human illusion. Desire enters through a small door. It does not declare itself. It arrives as a thought, a possibility, a momentary spark. For the apprentices working in de Keyser's workshop, the spark took the shape of a story, a flower, rare and beautiful, capable of lifting them from the slow, grinding climb of apprenticeship into a life of possibility. A flower that could shorten the distance between who they were and who they dreamt of becoming. That is the first distortion of desire. It takes a symbol and makes it a doorway. A tulip was not a flower. It was a future. A contract was not paper. It was a promise. A rumor was not a story. It was a revelation. This transformation is ancient. It appears in myth, philosophy, religion. Desire, when unchecked, wraps itself around the mind and convinces it that salvation lies outside the self. Spinoza wrote of this with startling clarity. He believed that most suffering arose from mistaking the object of desire for the essence of fulfillment. The apprentices did not desire tulips. They desired security, recognition, relief from uncertainty. The tulip merely became the vessel into which they poured their hopes. But desire does not arrive alone. It is always accompanied by its shadow. Fear. Fear emerges only after desire takes root. Before the apprentices heard of tulips, they slept peacefully. After they invested, sleep deserted them. They were haunted not by the thought of losing money, but by the thought of losing the possibility of transformation. They feared losing the dream more than they feared losing the coin. Fear, in this way, is not the opposite of desire, but its mirror image. Each reflects the other. Together, they distort perception. This is the second distortion of desire. It bends time. Before tulips, the future felt open, distant, shaped by slow work and steady growth. After tulips, the future narrowed into a single fragile point, the next auction, the next rumor, the next price. The apprentices no longer lived within years or seasons. They lived within hours and speculation. Desire accelerates time. Fear squeezes it. Between the two, the mind becomes trapped in perpetual anticipation. The third distortion of desire is more insidious. It erases the self. When desire intensifies, it convinces people that their worth depends entirely on achieving the object of their longing. The apprentices, once content to improve their craft, began measuring their value by the rise and fall of bulbs they had never seen. Their identities became tethered to symbols. Their confidence fluctuated with market rumors. Their sense of meaning shifted from stone, solid, eternal, to flowers, fleeting and fragile. And here, in this philosophical unraveling, the true tragedy emerges. They lost themselves long before they lost their fortunes. Human beings, Spinoza believed, do not act out of free will in the way they imagine. They act from impulses shaped by desire, fear, imagination, and habit. The apprentices were not foolish. They were human. They were swept by the same current that carries all of us toward illusions when we mistake longing for guidance. And then, when the market trembled, when the silence fell in Harlem's auction halls, when the first contracts failed to sell, fear stepped forward fully. This fear was not logical. It did not calculate the risk of losing a few guilders. It did not weigh the likelihood of recovery. It arose from the shattering of identity itself. Fear is born when the story we believe collapses. When the apprentices wrote their trembling letters, they were not describing economic loss. They were describing the collapse of a dream constructed from desire. And when a dream collapses, it takes part of the dreamer with it. The greater fool theory appears here, not as a financial principle, but as a spiritual one. The theory states that people buy overvalued assets hoping to sell to someone even more optimistic, even more desperate, even more enchanted. But the deeper truth is that the final fool in every chain is not the last buyer. The final fool is the one who believed that salvation could be purchased through a symbol. The apprentices became the final fools not because they bought at the peak, but because they believed that a flower could fill the emptiness that only inner clarity can address. This is the eternal lesson of desire. What you chase controls you. What you fear owns you. What you project onto symbols returns to you as suffering. The tulip was never the danger. The danger was the longing hidden beneath it. The danger was the belief that transformation comes from outside, not within. Modern sages speak of this through new language. Psychologists describe cognitive bias. Economists describe irrational exuberance. Philosophers describe projection. But the truth remains unchanged. Human beings create illusions because they fear facing their own uncertainty. And the more power they give the illusion, the more devastating its collapse becomes. As the apprentices stood in the dim light of De Keyser's workshop, watching their dreams wither like bulbs in barren soil, they were not merely witnessing financial ruin. They were confronting an ancient spiritual truth. Desire without awareness leads to illusion. Illusion without grounding leads to fear. Fear without clarity leads to collapse. And collapse, though painful, is often the beginning of awakening. Fear, when it enters a market, moves with a speed that no chart can measure. It whispers first, almost imperceptibly, like the faint draft that precedes a storm. Then it gathers, drawing strength from each uncertain glance, each hesitant step, each rumor muttered in a tavern corner. By the time it becomes visible, it has already taken root in the minds of hundreds. And by the time the first contract collapses, fear has already sealed the fate of thousands. The apprentices of Hendrik de Keyser's workshop learned this truth not from books or scholars, but from the slow disintegration of a narrative they had believed with their whole hearts. They discovered that fear is not the opposite of optimism. It is its consequence. When hope grows beyond its natural boundaries, Fear waits patiently for its return. The larger the hope, the sharper the fear. And within markets, this transformation follows a precise, brutal rhythm. The greater fool theory is often explained as a cynical observation that one can profit from irrational value as long as there is someone willing to pay more. But beneath this deceptively simple idea lies a far more complex dynamic. The greater fool is not a single person. It is a chain of belief, stretching from the early adopters to the final dreamers who arrive just before the collapse. Each person in the chain depends on the next. Each believes they will not be the final one left holding the symbol when the music stops. But markets do not accommodate infinite optimism. Eventually, the chain reaches its end. In the Tulip Mania, the chain snapped on a winter night in Harlem, quietly, almost politely. A rare bulb was offered at auction. The room had seen hundreds of such exchanges. Men had shouted, bargained, celebrated. Yet this time, silence greeted the offer. Not a fearful silence, not yet. A cautious one, a moment of hesitation. But hesitation is contagion. The apprentices who attended that auction described the shift as if a candle had gone out in the room, leaving everyone suddenly aware of the darkness. Once the hesitation took hold, the mechanics of collapse unfolded with mechanical precision. The first pillar to fall was liquidity. Sellers multiplied instantly, buyers disappeared entirely. Without liquidity, price no longer functions as information. It becomes a void. Contracts that had been worth small fortunes the day before became untradeable. And in markets, untradeable is often synonymous with worthless. The second pillar to fall was confidence. Confidence is the invisible engine of markets, and when it breaks, every calculation built upon it collapses. Traders who once spoke with certainty now stumbled over their words. Brokers who had once radiated charisma now avoided eye contact. Even the apprentices, who had believed themselves shielded by humility, felt doubt pressing against their ribs like an unwelcome hand. The third pillar to fall was narrative. Stories lose their magic the moment they collide with reality. The apprentices wrote that rumors began pouring into Amsterdam within days, auctions canceled, buyers vanished, contracts disputed. Those who once defended tulip prices with fervor now sought someone, anyone, to confirm that things would return to normal. But in a collapsing market, normal is the first casualty. Then came the final stage, capitulation. Capitulation is not panic. Panic is loud, frantic, and chaotic. Capitulation is quiet. It is the moment when hope dies, not dramatically, but slowly, like an ember fading in the ashes. The apprentices described watching men tear up contracts, not in rage, but in resignation. They saw traders leave taverns in silence. They saw neighbors shutter their homes and avoid the streets. No one wanted to speak of tulips anymore. The symbol that had once promised salvation now carried the weight of shame. And so the apprentices discovered the harshest truth of all. Collapse does not begin with catastrophe. It begins with disbelief. In financial terms, the collapse of tulip mania illustrates a universal pattern that repeats across centuries. The early buyers purchase based on interest. The mid-stage buyers purchase based on momentum. The late-stage buyers purchase based on fear, the fear of missing out, the fear of falling behind. the fear of inadequacy. And those late-stage buyers, driven by emotion rather than insight, become the final holders of the asset when the market turns. They become the greater fools, not because they lacked intelligence, but because they entered the chain after the logic of the market had already died. The apprentices, despite their youth and inexperience, stood at the edge of this chain. They entered not out of greed, but out of longing. Yet the market made no distinction. When the collapse arrived, it swept them into its undertow with the same indifference it showed to merchants and magnates. This is the most important financial lesson Tulip Mania offers. Markets built on narrative rather than substance punish all participants equally. The story does not spare the humble. It does not spare the cautious. It does not spare those who acted with pure hearts. Once the illusion dissolves, every holder becomes a participant in the reckoning. The apprentices learned that financial markets are not governed solely by numbers. They are governed by cycles of trust. Once trust fractures, value unravels like a tapestry with a single thread pulled loose. No authority can restore it. No decree can summon it back. Trust must be rebuilt slowly, brick by brick, through transparency, reason, and the painful memories of a collapse that still haunts its survivors. When Tulip Mania finally lay in ruins, and the apprentices returned to their chisels and charcoal, they carried with them a knowledge far heavier than their tools. They understood that markets are not merely economic structures. They are emotional ecosystems. And in those ecosystems, desire blooms quickly, fear spreads silently, and illusions die violently. Above all, they learned the truth that John de Witt would later articulate with mathematical precision. In every speculative frenzy, someone must become the final believer. Someone must be the last dreamer. Someone must hold the symbol after all others let go. Someone must play the role the market requires. That someone is the greater fool. There are moments in history when a single figure steps out of the shadows and reveals a truth that the world is not yet ready to accept. Isaac Maire was such a figure. He lived not in the fragrant tulip fields of Haarlem, nor among the frenzied traders of Amsterdam's taverns, but in the turbulent arena of global commerce, a world of ships, spices, empires, and ambitions far grander than any bloom. Yet his life intersected with the same illusions that fueled Tulip Mania, and it was he who would become the first documented practitioner of a strategy now feared, hated, and misunderstood: the art of short selling. Isaac Maire was born in 1558, long before Spinoza, long before John de Witt, long before the first tulip bulb ever commanded the price of a canal house. He was a merchant of staggering skill, a man whose financial instincts were so sharp they bordered on prophetic. By the early 17th century, he had become one of the wealthiest traders in Europe, dealing in Baltic grain, French linens, Portuguese spices, and anything else that could be bought low and sold high. He was a man accustomed to abundance, yet his eyes were always fixed on the deeper currents beneath the visible world of trade. When the Dutch East India Company, known as the VOC, was founded in 1602, Maire became one of its largest shareholders. The company was unlike anything the world had ever seen. a corporate empire with a monopoly on Asian trade, armed ships, and immense political power. Its success seemed guaranteed. Its ships sailed to Java, Banda, Ceylon, Japan. Its warehouses overflowed with spices that Europe coveted like treasure. And as profits rose, so did the VOC's share price. But Isaac Le Maire, unlike the men intoxicated by early success, sensed something underneath the triumph, a tension, a flaw, a gathering storm. He attended meetings where directors boasted of endless expansion. He listened as merchants bragged that the VOC could not fail. He watched as speculation infected the market. And while others celebrated, he observed quietly, measuring not the price of the shares, but the distance between price and truth. There was a moment, one scarcely mentioned in common histories, when Le Maire asked a simple question during a VOC board meeting. "Where is the proof that our profits shall continue forever?" His colleagues laughed. They accused him of pessimism. They insisted that the wealth of Asia was inexhaustible. But behind their confidence, Le Maire sensed fear. The same fear that had flickered in the tulip traders decades earlier. The fear that masks itself as certainty. Suspicion became conflict. Conflict became exile. Le Maire was removed from the company amid bitter disputes. But exile did not quiet him. It sharpened him. Isaac Le Maire did something unthinkable for his age, something no man had ever attempted on such a scale. In 1609, he began selling shares in the VOC that he did not own, predicting the price would fall. He believed the market had overreached. That speculation had detached from reality. That investors, blinded by dreams of empire, had lost sight of fundamentals. He wagered not on success, but on honesty. His rivals called him a traitor. The VOC declared him an enemy of the state. Pamphlets accused him of attempting to destroy the Republic's prosperity. But as the months passed, the price of VOC shares began to tremble. War disrupted trade. Shipments faltered. Profits weakened. The narrative that once lifted the company now cracked. Le Maire was correct, but his correctness came at a cost. Unable to tolerate the humiliation of exposed weakness, the VOC lobbied the States General to ban short selling entirely. And they succeeded. Isaac Le Maire was forced to settle, fined heavily, and driven into further conflict with the company he once helped create. Yet even after his defeat, whispers spread through Amsterdam that Le Maire had glimpsed something others did not. Some said he could see behind the veil. Others said he understood the soul of markets. A few feared he trafficked in forbidden knowledge. But the truth was far simpler. Isaac Le Maire understood valuation, not the superficial valuations of merchants counting cargo, not the hopeful valuations of investors chasing narratives, but the deep, grounded valuation that measures the truth of an enterprise, not by its story, but by its substance. He wrote to his son years later, "Price is not truth. Price is opinion." It is the kind of sentence that seems modest until one looks closely and discovers it contains the very heart of financial wisdom. Le Maire died in 1624, 2 decades before tulip mania exploded across Holland. Yet his ghost hovered over the Republic. Traders invoked his name when the first bulbs soared in price. His letters were quietly circulated in taverns, where merchants debated whether tulip valuations made sense. Apprentices whispered his warnings even as they bought into the mania. And when the collapse finally arrived, more than a few recalled his words with bitter clarity. Of all the figures in this story, the merchant who lost his mansion, the painter who watched collapse unfold, the philosopher who exposed illusion, the mathematician who charted the cycle, Isaac Le Maire stood alone as the one who understood how to measure value when others were blinded by dreams. His legacy stretches into the modern world like a long shadow. Every investor who studies balance sheets, every analyst who separates story from substance, every skeptic who questions euphoria, walks unknowingly in his footsteps. Isaac Le Maire was not merely the first short seller. He was the first man to teach that true valuation requires courage, the courage to see clearly while others close their eyes. Isaac Le Maire's life carried a lesson far larger than the VOC, larger than trade routes or shareholder disputes. Beneath the arguments, the pamphlets, the confrontations with the world's most powerful corporation, there was a quieter truth, one that revealed itself not in the markets, but in the mind. For Le Maire understood something most traders of his time did not. Clarity is a spiritual discipline. To see things as they truly are, to separate truth from illusion, substance from story, value from noise, requires a kind of inner stillness that few people ever cultivate. Most people look not with their eyes, but with their desires. They do not see the world, they see the reflection of their longings shimmering upon it. And so, they become vulnerable to illusions dressed as opportunities. Clarity, as Le Maire practiced it, was not cold or cynical. It was compassionate. It acknowledged the fragility of human hope. It understood the seduction of beauty and the power of dreams. It simply refused to confuse those dreams with reality. There is a story told by a minor chronicler of the period, a story too small to appear in formal histories, yet too intimate to forget. After his expulsion from the VOC, when Amsterdam turned suspicious eyes toward him, Le Maire took long solitary walks along the harbor at dawn. The chronicler claimed to have followed him once, curious, watching the wealthy merchant stand quietly as ships creaked against their moorings. "Why do you come here?" the chronicler asked him. Le Maire's answer was simple: "Because the sea does not lie." To him, the sea represented truth. It rose and fell with tides indifferent to human ambition. It punished arrogance and rewarded patience. It obeyed laws deeper than politics, deeper than speculation, deeper even than commerce. And he sought in that ceaseless motion the same honesty he tried to cultivate within himself. This inner search for truth lies at the heart of every philosophy capable of dissolving illusion. The Stoics called it phronesis, practical wisdom. The Buddhists called it seeing without attachment. Spinoza called it adequate understanding. These teachings share a common spine, that the world becomes distorted the moment we project our desires onto it, and that suffering begins the moment we mistake those projections for reality. Le Maire lived at the intersection of these truths. His struggle with the VOC was not simply a clash of commercial interests. It was the collision of clarity with illusion. His colleagues believed that expansion would continue forever, not because reason supported it, but because the narrative comforted their ambition. Maire, standing alone among men intoxicated by their own success, saw a truth they did not want to face, that the company's foundations were stretched thin, strained by war, vulnerable to disruption. He did not predict collapse out of malice. He predicted it out of recognition. For to see clearly is to notice when reality diverges from story. This divergence is subtle. It begins with whispers. A profit margin narrowing here, a shipment delayed there, the tone of a director shifting from confidence to insistence, the silence that follows when someone asks whether a boom can last. Illusion resists scrutiny. It requires constant reinforcement. Reality requires none. Maire understood the danger of a mind seduced by narrative. His letters reveal a man who believed that self-deception was the greatest enemy of wisdom. A man who lies to himself, he wrote, will be ruined long before the market ruins him. It is a line that echoes Spinoza's teachings, though the two men likely never met. Philosophically, Maire stood at the threshold of a truth that would later be articulated by rationalists, psychologists, and spiritual teachers alike. Valuation begins within the mind before it ever reaches the marketplace. If the mind lacks clarity, no calculation can compensate. If the mind seeks security in illusion, no profit can prevent suffering. If the mind confuses desire with truth, it will build its entire life upon sand. The apprentices of De Keyser's workshop learned this lesson through collapse. Wouter Windhagen learned it through regret. Jan van Goyen learned it through quiet observation. Spinoza learned it through exile. Maire learned it through conflict. Each man arrived at the same realization from different roads. Illusion is born from desire, and clarity is born from discipline. This discipline is not harsh. It is gentle, steady, inward-facing. It asks a simple question: what is real and what is merely hoped for? It requires the humility to acknowledge that the mind often lies. It requires the patience to sit with uncertainty without reaching for comforting stories. It requires the courage to stand alone when others drift toward fantasy, to practice true valuation of markets, of opportunities, of life. It is not enough to calculate. One must meditate. One must observe. One must allow the noise to fall away until only the essential remains. Maire himself never positioned his philosophy as spiritual, yet its principles echo ancient wisdom. When he evaluated a company, he did not ask, "What do people believe this is worth?" He asked, "What can this enterprise withstand? What is its strength when stripped of hope?" When he considered a trade, he did not ask, "How much can I gain?" He asked, "What is the cost of being wrong?" These questions are quiet torches in a world filled with bright illusions. They cut through the darkness with the soft light of reason. In this philosophy of clarity, valuation becomes more than finance. It becomes a practice of mindfulness, a way of living, a way of resisting the tide of collective fantasy, a way of anchoring the self when the world chases flowers, or fortunes, or dreams too fragile to endure. Isaac Maire never wrote a grand treatise. He left no doctrine, and yet, through his actions, he revealed a path, one that few have the courage to walk, but that offers profound freedom to those who do. For to see clearly is to be free from fear. To value truth over story is to be free from illusion. And to understand the difference between desire and reality is to be free from ruin. Isaac Le Maire's life formed a philosophical foundation, but its true power emerged only when translated into the discipline of numbers. For valuation, in its purest form, is not the act of predicting the future. It is the act of seeing the present with absolute clarity. And clarity, when applied to finance, becomes a tool as sharp as any sculptor's chisel, a tool that shapes decisions, protects capital, and shields the mind from illusion. The apprentices of De Keyser's workshop learned valuation only after ruin. Le Maire learned it through conflict. Investors today often learn it through cycles of enthusiasm and regret. But the principles themselves remain timeless. They do not bend for tulips or toys or technology. They apply to ships and spices, to dot-com dreams, to cryptocurrencies, to the quiet choices that build a lifetime of wealth. The first principle is simple, yet endlessly ignored. Value is not price. Price is a moment. Value is a structure. Price moves with sentiment, with rumor, with fashion, with the collective heartbeat of a crowd. Value moves slowly, anchored in fundamentals. It does not leap. It does not tremble. It does not depend on belief. Isaac Le Maire understood this long before modern economists drew diagrams to explain it. When he examined the VOC, he did not look at the soaring share price. He looked at the fragility hidden beneath it, war costs, political pressure, shipping risks. He looked at the real machinery behind the illusion. The second principle follows naturally. Every enterprise has a moat, or it does not. A moat is not a metaphor to be admired. It is a barrier between survival and defeat. For a trading company, a moat may be a shipping monopoly, access to rare resources, or political protection. For a craftsman, it may be skill. For a modern business, it may be technology, scale, or brand trust. The apprentices of De Keyser's workshop had only one moat: their craft. Stone carving does not inflate, does not crash, does not depend on speculation. It persists. It endures. A painter's talent is a moat. A philosopher's clarity is a moat. A merchant's discipline is a moat. But a tulip, however beautiful, has no moat at all. Its value rises only as long as desire inflates it. The moment desire retreats, its worth fades like the bloom that inspired it. The third principle follows the logic of the sea Le Maire admired. Risk is not the danger you see. Risk is the danger you ignore. The tulip traders ignored the risk of illiquidity. The Beanie Baby collectors ignored the risk of fads. Dot-com investors ignored the risk of unprofitable business models. Le Maire's contemporaries ignored the risk that the VOC's success might plateau. Risk hides in assumptions. Risk hides in stories. Risk hides in comfort. When a market becomes euphoric, risk becomes invisible. When a market collapses, risk becomes obvious, too late for many. The apprentices who wrote trembling letters learned this truth when they realized that the bulbs they had never seen, The contracts they barely understood were now anchors dragging them downward. The fourth principle requires courage. The margin of safety is the difference between wisdom and ruin. The margin of safety is the financial equivalent of humility. It acknowledges uncertainty. It accepts that the world does not obey our desires. It leaves room for error, misjudgment, and the unpredictable. Maire practiced this instinctively. He understood that even the sharpest mind can miscalculate, and therefore he never placed his fate entirely upon a single bet. The apprentices had no margin of safety. Their savings were small, their investments fragile, their confidence untested. When the market shifted, they had nothing to shield them, and so they fell swiftly, painfully, with no cushion to soften the descent. The fifth principle is the quiet heart of all valuation. The value of anything is the cash it can generate, not the story it can tell. This principle feels cold at first, even harsh, but it is the only anchor strong enough to resist the tides of speculation. Whether it is a tulip, a stock, a business, or a dream, its value comes not from emotional projection, but from real economic substance. A flower generates no future cash. A toy generates no long-term profit. A company with no earnings, no plan, no discipline generates no sustainable value. Narrative can inflate prices. Only fundamentals sustain them. Finally, the sixth principle, the one that separates true investors from dreamers. Valuation is not prediction. Valuation is perspective. It does not ask, "What will this be worth tomorrow?" It asks, "What is this worth today if all illusions fall away?" Maire lived by this question. The apprentices wished they had asked it sooner. Every investor who survives multiple cycles eventually learns that valuation is not about fortune-telling. It is about understanding. It is about seeing what others cannot or will not see. It is about walking into a room filled with excitement and hearing, beneath the shouts, the quiet tremor of danger. It is about recognizing when the narrative has detached from reality. When applied as a discipline, valuation becomes a kind of inner compass. It reminds one to seek substance, to prioritize truth over excitement, to prefer the slow accumulation of resilience over the loud promise of riches. It becomes, in a sense, a spiritual practice. To value something properly is to honor the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. It requires humility, patience, and clarity. It requires the courage to question the stories others cling to. It requires the strength to walk away from illusions, even beautiful ones. Maire's legacy is this: understanding value is understanding life. What endures, what collapses, what thrives beneath pressure, what withers without attention, what is built on truth, and what is built on desire. These questions, applied to markets, build wealth. Applied to the self, they build wisdom. Applied to a lifetime, they build freedom. There is a quiet hour in Harlem when the city feels suspended between centuries. Just before dawn, when the canals hold the pale reflection of a sky not yet awake, and the streets lie empty beneath the soft breath of early light, One can almost feel the past rising through the silence. The world seems to pause, waiting, listening. And in that stillness, the ghosts of tulips return. Not the flowers themselves. They vanished long ago into history and soil. But the memory of them lingers, woven into the air like an old fragrance that refuses to fade. It reveals itself most vividly in the fields just outside the city, where generations of farmers have planted rows of color each spring. Red, gold, violet, white, waves of petals that ripple when the wind passes through. They are not the striped rarities that once drove men to madness, but they carry an echo, a faint residue of the bloom that once cost a mansion. It was in such a field, in the early hours of a spring morning, that a quiet observer, no historian, no trader, just an ordinary traveler, found himself standing alone as the sun began its slow ascent. The sky unfurled in muted gold. A thin mist clung to the ground like a veil, and the first tulip opened its petals to the new day. He did not come seeking fortune. He carried no ledger, no contract, no plans for speculation. He came because he had read the stories, because he wanted to touch the ground where belief once soared higher than reason, where dreams roared louder than doubts, where a flower became a mirror for the human soul. Standing there, he understood something the old merchants of Harlem had perhaps forgotten. The tulip had never been the villain, nor the madness itself. The flower simply grew, season after season, below a sky that did not care for human illusions or ambitions. It was the people, trapped between longing and fear, who transformed petals into prophecy. As the traveler walked between the rows, he imagined Harlem as it once had been. The crowded taverns, the heated auctions, the trembling hands clutching contracts, the hopeful faces, the ashamed faces. He imagined the painter staring at a bulb he received as payment, the philosopher watching the frenzy with silent understanding, the merchant pacing his empty mansion, the apprentices writing letters by candlelight, their words filled with both wonder and regret. He felt their presence, not as ghosts, but as reminders. Because tulip mania was never about tulips. It was about the human heart, unsteady, longing, easily seduced by beauty and promise. It was about the ways we chase meaning, the ways we flee from uncertainty, the stories we build to comfort ourselves. It was about the eternal bloom inside us, the one that opens whenever we dream too fiercely. The traveler knelt beside a newly opened tulip, its petals glistening with dew. He touched the earth, cool and firm beneath his fingers. It struck him that this soil had once absorbed the footsteps of men who believed they were witnessing the birth of a new world. And in their way, they were. Not a world of lasting wealth, but a world of lessons, painful, illuminating, necessary. As the sun lifted higher, the field brightened, the mist dissolved, and the colors stirred awake. A quiet wind swept across the flowers, bending them gently. They moved like a single breath. The traveler realized then that the tulip had never promised anything. It had simply been beautiful. It was the people who asked it to be more than beauty. They asked it to be destiny, and that was the beginning of their folly. He stood slowly, brushing soil from his hands, and looked out across the endless rows of color. For a moment, he felt an unexpected calm settle around him, a silence older than mania, older than desire, older even than the republic that once lost itself to these very petals. In that silence, the tulips seemed to whisper a truth that Wouter Windhagen, Jan van Goyen, Spinoza, Jan de Witt, and Isaac Le Maire had each confronted in their own painful way. What blooms brightly also withers. What rises suddenly also falls. And what we chase blindly often reveals more about ourselves than about the world. He took a final breath of the cool morning air. The tulip fields shimmered in the soft light, neither promise nor warning. Only a reminder that the illusion still blooms in us. A reminder that the lesson waits for those willing to see. A reminder that beauty is sacred, so long as it is not mistaken for value. The traveler remained in the tulip field long after the sun lifted beyond the mist, watching light fall over the petals the way truth falls over illusion, slowly at first, then completely. It struck him that the people of the Dutch Golden Age had not been foolish. They had not been weak, nor greedy, nor blind. They had simply been human. And humanity, across every century, tends to repeat the same quiet errors of perception. It begins with longing, a longing for certainty, a longing for dignity, a longing for a life that feels larger than the one we inhabit. This longing is not a flaw. It is the engine of progress, the spark of discovery, the quiet push that makes us seek new worlds, new ideas, new futures. But when longing goes unexamined, when it becomes desperate rather than curious, it begins to distort reality. It paints fantasies onto the surface of the world. It whispers that value can be transformed through belief alone. It convinces us that objects, symbols, and trends can carry the weight of our spiritual hunger. The tulip traders did not truly desire flowers. They desired elevation. They desired transformation. They desired a way to outrun the fragility of life. The flower was simply the vessel, and this is a truth that echoes through every age. We attach dreams to objects because we are afraid to examine the dream itself. It is easier to believe that a rare bulb, a rising stock, a new technology, a promising token, will lift us into the life we imagine. Harder to face the quiet truth that no external object can resolve the inner uncertainty that drives the desire. The traveler looked across the rows of tulips, their colors brightening under the strengthening sun, and wondered how many futures had been woven into these petals. How many marriages, retirements, debts, ambitions, identities had once rested upon their imagined value. He imagined the moment a tulip's worth collapsed, and with it, the silent scaffolding of a person's self-esteem. Every age has its tulip. Every generation grows a new illusion. And each illusion begins with the same spiritual misstep, the belief that more will complete us. More wealth, more status, more security, more validation. But more, the traveler realized, is a horizon that moves as we pursue it, a flame that brightens as we approach, only to move further away the moment we believe we've caught it. The tulip traders were not destroyed by greed. They were destroyed by the belief that fulfillment could be purchased at the next auction. As he walked along the field, the traveler recalled a line from Spinoza. Desire is the very essence of man. But Spinoza had not meant it as a celebration. He meant it as a warning. Desire is the force that animates us, but it is also the veil that blinds us. To navigate life wisely, one must learn to separate desire from reality, to understand the shape of longing without letting longing shape the world. Clarity, then, is not the absence of desire. It is the relationship one chooses with it. Jan de Witt sought clarity through mathematics. Isaac Maire sought clarity through valuation. Spinoza sought clarity through philosophy. The painter Jan van Goyen sought it through observation. Wouter Windhagen sought it too late. The traveler realized that clarity, in its deepest form, is an act of humility. It requires acknowledging that the world does not bend to our hopes, that beauty is not destiny, that symbols are not salvation, that value does not rise simply because we want it to. But humility is uncomfortable. And so, humanity continues to mistake brightness for truth, novelty for progress, and excitement for worth. Standing alone in the tulip field, the traveler understood the quiet message the flower had carried for centuries. Nothing external can fill an internal emptiness. Nothing impermanent can secure a permanent peace. Nothing fragile can carry the weight of our deepest desires. If a flower could speak, perhaps it would say, "I am here for your appreciation, not your salvation." The breeze shifted, moving through the tulips in soft waves. The traveler felt the wind brush his face and sensed, with unexpected gentleness, that tulip mania had not been humanity's greatest mistake, but one of its greatest teachers. A teacher of perspective, a teacher of humility, a teacher of the delicate boundary between beauty and illusion. The traveler closed his eyes for a moment and breathed deeply, smelling soil and dew and petals warmed by dawn. He realized that the true legacy of tulip mania was not financial at all. It was philosophical. A reminder that whenever we chase illusions of value, we reveal our deepest insecurities. Whenever we pursue symbols of prosperity, we expose our fear of inadequacy. Whenever we lose ourselves in the madness of the crowd, we show how fragile our individual clarity truly is. When he opened his eyes, the sun had fully risen. The tulips glowed. The world was awake. And the lesson, quiet, ancient, persistent, remained. As the traveler turned away from the tulip fields, walking slowly toward the quiet road that led back into Harlem, a final realization settled into him. Quiet, steady, undeniable. Tulip mania, for all its strangeness, for all its absurdity, was not an anomaly. It was a mirror reflecting the way humans interact with value, with time, with fear, and with the quiet ache for something lasting. The financial lesson hidden in those delicate petals was simple, yet its simplicity was the reason so many failed to grasp it. Value endures. Illusion does not. All through history, wealth built upon illusions has collapsed. Wealth built upon fundamentals has survived. The tulips proved this, not through theory or argument, but through the harsh arithmetic of collapse. When the mania ended, the merchants who had traded their homes for flowers found themselves ruined. But the farmers who tended their fields, the craftsmen who honed their skills, the traders who diversified with patience, those were the ones who weathered the storm. The traveler thought of Isaac Maire, the first man to measure value not by excitement, but by substance. His question echoed like a soft bell. What can this enterprise withstand when the story falls away? That question alone separates fortune from failure, wisdom from ruin. He thought of John de Witt, charting cycles of human euphoria and despair with the cold precision of mathematics. De Witt had not despised the mania. He had merely understood it, understood that anything divorced from reality must one day return to it, and that this return is rarely gentle. He thought of the apprentices of De Keyser's workshop, who learned too late that dreams cannot be collateral, and that the search for quick transcendence leads inevitably to disappointment. Their letters were financial documents as much as emotional ones, records of how value crumbles when desire outruns discipline. He thought of the painter, Jan van Goyen, watching Haarlem unravel even as he continued to paint the constancy of land, river, and sky. Nature did not inflate. Nature did not speculate. Nature did not panic. The painter had discovered a truth few investors ever do, that the things which endure are often the things that grow slowly, quietly, without applause. And then he thought of Spinoza, the exiled philosopher who understood the heart of the matter better than any trader or mathematician. Value is a belief, Spinoza would have said, and belief is fragile when built upon hope rather than reason. Markets rise and fall not through numbers, but through the shifting emotions of the people who participate in them. The traveler paused at the edge of the field and turned back one last time. The tulips shimmered in the strengthening daylight. They were neither overvalued nor undervalued. They simply were. And in that stillness, he understood the final financial lesson of tulip mania, one that blends economics with spirituality, arithmetic with philosophy. Wealth built slowly is wealth that survives. Wealth built from clarity is wealth that compounds. Wealth built upon truth endures across lifetimes. Markets today still chase illusions. Investors still rush toward the next bloom. Narratives still seduce. But beneath all the noise, the same eternal principles remain. Diversification protects. Discipline preserves. Patience multiplies. Reality wins. It is not the dazzling moments of euphoria that build lasting fortune. It is the quiet choices, those made when no one is watching, when temptation whispers, when excitement surges, that determine a lifetime's trajectory. The Dutch merchants learned this in the harshest way possible. Their collapse was not simply a financial crash. It was the awakening of a nation to the truth that speculation is a fire that warms at first, then burns without mercy. The traveler breathed in deeply, feeling the blend of soil, dew, and morning air enter his chest. The world around him seemed to speak with the subdued authority of centuries. Build what endures. Ignore what dazzles. Honor what is real. As he stepped onto the road and began walking back toward Haarlem, the lesson followed him like a calm companion. A tulip blooms brightly, but briefly. A foundation built on truth blooms quietly, but forever. With each step, he realized that long-term thinking is not merely a strategy, it is a spiritual stance. It is the choice to align one's life with what grows slowly and honestly, instead of what flares brightly and vanishes. It is humility before the passage of time. It is the recognition that true prosperity is quiet, steady, and rooted in reality. The tulip fields faded behind him, but their lesson remained. Firm, enduring, unmoved by centuries. Just like true value itself. Settle into stillness now, as the noise of the world softens, as the last traces of daylight fade from your mind. Let the pace slow. Let each breath fall gently like petals onto quiet soil. You have journeyed through centuries, through markets and manias, through the fragrant fields of Harlem and the trembling halls of auctions where fortunes once rose and collapsed. And now, as you drift into rest, the lessons remain, not loud, not urgent, but steady, like a distant tide. Allow your breathing to loosen. Allow your shoulders to release. Allow the weight of the day to blur and melt away. In the stillness of this moment, imagine yourself walking once more along the edge of a tulip field just before dawn. The air is cool. The sky is dim. Mist clings to the earth like a soft veil. Each tulip holds a tiny droplet of dew, trembling but unfallen. Nothing is rushing. Nothing is demanding. The world feels as though it has paused to wait for you. You step slowly between the rows. The ground beneath your feet is firm and calm. The wind barely stirs. You are alone, but not lonely. You are quiet, but not empty. This field, with its gentle silence and patient color, carries the memory of a world that once lost itself to illusion. But you, standing here now, do not carry illusion. You carry understanding. You carry clarity. You carry the kind of stillness that cannot be shaken by excitement or fear. As you breathe in, feel the fresh morning air expand within you. As you breathe out, feel the tension dissolve. With every soft breath, your mind begins to drift toward rest, as though the tulips themselves are guiding you toward deeper peace. Now, imagine the fields stretching into the horizon. No crowds, no traders, no frantic whispers. Only the soft rustle of petals, the hum of distant birds, the rhythm of your steady, calm breath. The world here moves at the speed of nature, slow, unhurried, unforced. And in that slowness, you feel something inside you settling, something loosening, something remembering its true pace. You pause beside a single tulip. Its petals open gently toward the morning light. It asks nothing of you. It promises nothing. It simply exists, quiet, complete, whole. This is the truth you carry into rest tonight. Nothing rushed is stable. Nothing forced is peaceful. Nothing inflated endures. You have seen in this journey how illusions rise, quickly, brightly, painfully. And you have seen how truth returns, slowly, surely, quietly. Tonight, you rest not in illusion, but in truth. Allow that truth to settle into your breathing. Inhale clarity. Exhale tension. Inhale patience. Exhale fear. Your body grows heavier now, sinking deeper into comfort. Your mind softens at the edges. Thoughts drift like petals floating across a calm canal. You do not need to hold on to anything. Not an ambition. Not a worry. Not a memory. The night accepts them all and carries them away. Let your breath become the only movement. Soft, steady, gentle. Each inhale carries the wisdom of the journey you've taken. Each exhale releases everything you no longer need. If a thought appears, thank it and let it drift away. If a memory rises, acknowledge it and let it dissolve. If the mind seeks something to hold, offer it this image, a single tulip glowing in the early morning light, anchored by the earth, unmoved by the world's illusions. You may feel your eyelids growing heavier. You may feel your heartbeat slowing. You may feel your body preparing for the calm descent into sleep. This is good. This is right. This is the natural rhythm of rest. Tonight, you are not a merchant striving. You are not a dreamer reaching. You are not a trader chasing the next bloom. Tonight, you are simply a presence, breathing, grounded, returning to yourself. Let the lessons echo softly through you. What is real remains. What is illusion fades. What is slow endures. What is grounded grows. You are safe here, in this moment, held by the quiet of night, held by the steady truth beneath all things. And as you prepare to drift further, deeper, gently into rest, you may hear the faint whisper of the tulip fields behind you, speaking not of markets or madness or speculation, but of peace. A peace that does not rise or fall. A peace that does not depend on price. A peace that waits for you, patient, timeless, true. Let your breath grow softer now, as though each inhale is a tide rising gently toward the shore, and each exhale is the tide receding into calmness. The world around you has faded into quiet. Only stillness remains. Stillness in your breath. Stillness in your thoughts. Stillness in the center of your being. With every moment that passes, you drift deeper into rest, deeper into peace, deeper into the soft, unbroken knowing that you are safe. You are grounded. You are held. The tulip field remains behind your eyes, bathed now in a warm, golden glow. The sun has risen fully in your imagination, yet the world remains cool and serene. You stand among flowers that no longer symbolize frenzy or fear, but presence, pure presence. They do not ask you to chase. They do not ask you to become. They simply invite you to rest. Let yourself rest. Let yourself drift. Let yourself be carried by the gentle rhythm of these affirmations, each one a soft step toward deeper clarity, deeper patience, deeper trust in the slow unfolding of your life. You are safe. You are calm. You are grounded. Let the words move through you like a warm breeze. Let them anchor you. You let go of illusion. You let go of rush. You let go of fear. Feel your body respond. Muscles releasing. Breath slowing. Heartbeat steadying into a soft, peaceful cadence. You trust the slow pace. You trust the long path. You trust what is real. Tonight, you do not need to solve anything. Tonight, you do not need to become anything. Tonight, you simply return to yourself. Quiet, whole, complete. Imagine again that single tulip you saw in the early morning. Its petals open gently. It grows at its own pace. It does not hurry. It does not struggle. It does not reach for more than it needs. It is enough, and so are you. Let that truth settle like warm light across your chest. You are enough. You have enough. You do enough. Even if the world around you moves too quickly, even if others chase illusions that burn brightly and fade suddenly, you remain steady. You remain anchored. You remain aligned with what endures. Your path unfolds patiently. Your life grows steadily. Your decisions flow from clarity, not fear. Feel the weight of the day melting from your limbs like morning mist dissolving under sunlight. Each exhale carries away what no longer serves you. Each inhale draws in strength that does not shout, but hums gently beneath your ribs. You release the noise. You release the pressure. You release anything that pulls you away from peace. Breathing in, feel calm radiate outward from your center. Breathing out, feel tension falling away like dry leaves. Breathing in, gather stillness. Breathing out, release the storm. Let these next words drift through your mind slowly, each one a stepping stone toward deeper rest. You are not rushed. You are not behind. You are exactly where you should be. The tulip field is quiet now. The sun is warm. A gentle wind moves through the rose like a lullaby. And you walk slowly through the field, knowing there is nothing to chase, nothing to fear, nothing to hold tightly. All that is real remains. All that is illusion fades. You need only breathe. You see clearly. You choose wisely. You move with patience and purpose. The ground beneath your feet is firm. The sky above you is open. Your mind is clear, calm, spacious. If thoughts arise, they dissolve effortlessly. If memories appear, they pass like clouds. If the world tugs at you, it softens into silence. You rest deeply. You rest safely. You rest without resistance. Feel the energy lowering in your body, like a lantern dimming to guide you gently into the deepest, most restorative sleep. Your breath becomes the softest whisper. Your muscles unwind. Your mind drifts like a leaf floating on still water. You surrender to rest. You surrender to peace. You surrender to the wisdom of slowing down. Tonight, there is no urgency. Tonight, there is no illusion. Tonight, you walk among truths that do not rise or fall with markets, with trends, with noise. Truth is steady. Truth is patient. Truth is quiet. And you are resting inside that quiet now. Let yourself drift even deeper now, as though your entire being is sinking gently into a warm, quiet sea. The world has softened to a whisper. Thought has slowed to a calm ripple. Breath has become a quiet rhythm, steady and effortless, guiding you into the deepest chambers of rest. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to change, nothing left to hold. You are entering a place within yourself where clarity lives. A place untouched by rush, untouched by fear, untouched by the illusions that once clouded your path. In this space, you are free. You are weightless. You are whole. Imagine once more the tulip field, but now it is the very end of the day. The sky glows with the soft amber hues of sunset. The air is warm. The wind has stilled. Each flower stands peacefully in the dimming light, as though the world itself is preparing to rest. You walk slowly among them, your footsteps soundless, your body lighter with each step. There is no hurry here, no ambition here, no expectation here. Only presence, only peace, only the quiet truth beneath all things. You pause before a single tulip, gentle, open, glowing faintly in the fading day. Its petals curl slightly at the edges, ready to close for the night. This flower, once the center of a nation's frenzy, now stands as a symbol of what truly matters. Growth that is natural, value that is real, beauty that needs nothing more than the sun and the soil. Let this flower mirror your own being now, softening, releasing, returning to rest. Whisper to yourself, gently, I let go, I slow down, I am safe to rest. Let your breath follow these words. Let your body respond. Let your mind descend. Now, imagine the tulip closing slowly with the approaching night. Not from fear, but from trust. Not from exhaustion, but from rhythm. Not from fragility, but from wisdom. You, too, are allowed to close, to soften, to rest. Repeat these words softly in your mind, letting them become slower and slower. I am grounded. I am steady. I am enough. Feel the ease spreading through your shoulders, down your arms, across your chest, into your stomach, down your legs, into your feet. A full body surrender, a gentle releasing, a soft return to your deepest self. Now let the affirmations slow further, becoming like warm echoes drifting across still water. I release all illusions. I welcome what is real. My life grows with patience. My wealth grows with clarity. My heart grows with peace. You have learned the lesson of the tulip, that nothing temporary can anchor you, that nothing fleeting can complete you, that nothing external can define your worth. Your value is steady. Your value is internal. Your value is truth. And as darkness settles over the tulip field, you feel a deep calm rising within you, like soft waves lifting you toward rest. You are drifting into a sleep that restores, renews, and reconnects you to the quiet wisdom that has always lived within you. Breathe slowly. Breathe peacefully. Breathe freely. Here, in this final descent, let the words become softer still, like a voice heard through layers of warm blankets. I am calm. I am clear. I am whole. The field grows dimmer. The air grows warmer. The world grows quieter. You are ready for deep rest now. If thoughts appear like distant lanterns in the dark, let them float away. If memories rise, let them dissolve into softness. If feelings surface, let them settle, as petals settle on still ponds. You are safe. You are supported. You are carried gently into ease. Now imagine yourself lying beneath a night sky above the tulip field. Stars glow faintly. The earth is soft beneath you. The scent of flowers drifts through the air. You are completely at peace. Repeat the final affirmations as you surrender fully to sleep. I rest deeply. I heal fully. I awaken renewed. My path unfolds with clarity and patience. I trust myself. I trust the slow pace. I trust what endures. The night holds you. The field hums softly with warmth. The tulips close gently around you like silent guardians of peace. And now, as sleep pulls you in, feel the final truth settling into your heart. You are enough, exactly as you are. You are safe, exactly where you are. You are whole, even in stillness. Let these words echo softly until you drift into full, restorative sleep. Deep, quiet, healing, true.